Very delayed start today, but I have a cup of tea, so it's all right. Good tea. Right, so today I thought it was probably worth, just as a start, I thought it was probably worth just sort of reiterating where we are on the sort of roadmap, I guess you'd call it. It seems a bit formal, but that's what I'm going with. Um, and yeah, because I feel like I think it's getting close to about 2 months now, which is much longer than I expected. Um, Rewriting the tile renderer, and that was sort of a a diversion in itself, and then that led to a further diversion about doing FM synth music instead of using Micmod. Um, and yeah, it kind of got to the point where it occurred to me the other day that even I have almost forgotten what the purpose of all of this is, which is, to make this game or to make the registered version of this. Hello there, Tony. Welcome in. Thank you for checking in. Did you get a chicken on the screen there? I didn't see a chicken. I happened to be looking at OBS and I didn't see a chicken. I heard it though. Anyway, what was I saying? So yes, this is kind of where we're at the moment. Is this stage one, which is talking about because the new tile render is about done. It's got some bugs, but it means because we're not using the back buffer anymore, it means all the rendering through the entire game, all the sprite rendering, all the special effects, all of those things need to be updated to work. Well, essentially to erase themselves, since they now have to be responsible for that because there's no back buffer. So that's what we're in the middle of doing at the moment. At the same time, I'm investigating this issue, which is I was kind of looking into on the last stream, which is we still are losing frames every so often on 386. Interestingly enough, what I noticed the other day was we were losing frames in DOSBox as well, which is really interesting. Because it's like, okay, if you're losing frames in DOSBox, that's not a too much processing issue. That's a timing issue. You're doing something at the wrong time rather than spending too much time doing it, if you follow me. And so that led me to one fix, at least, which was in the music driver, which is apparently I don't need to do this, which is a little bit odd because everybody says that you have to do this. And Allegro, in fact, does exactly this, which is this. So this is the function that sends the OBL3 commands out to the sound card. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to tell it what you're about to send it, and then you send it the data. So that's the command, and then that's the data. But you have to wait a certain amount of microseconds after sending the command before sending the data, and then you have to wait even longer before then sending the next command. And so there are these rather peculiar little loops in here, which are the official method of waiting enough time. And like I say, Allegro is doing exactly this with this mad import in a loop thing. And it turns out, yeah, on DOSBox, that was the cause of the frame being lost. We were taking so long waiting for these to finish that every so often even DOSBox would lose a frame, which is kind of baffling. What's even more baffling is I've taken them out just to see how it broke the music, and it doesn't break the music on DOSBox, 86box, or the real PC. So I don't know what's going on there. A little bit concerned because it does feel like there ought to be some delay, at least at this point. But at least for now, we're getting away without needing any delay, so that's cool. But we're still dropping frames on the 386. And yeah, I want to sort of work out why that is. So to that end, I've copied another thing off Beam's channel, and look, I've got the tablet set up now. Look, how cool is that? That's a mouse pointer. So I'm going to attempt to do some drawing and try not to get tied up in cables while I do it. Right, can I remember any of the controls for Krita? Probably not. So what we are, let me set that to zoom in and out. There we go. How big is this document? It's that big. Okay. So the overall timing, the thing that controls our world in this game is actually could do with being a bit small. It's probably a bit better.
I know a way you can upgrade your operating system, and you don't have to wait 7 light years. You don't even have to wait 7 months.
And it's a third generation, like me. So it must be really good.
That's right. It's OS2 Warp, the next generation operating system.
Oh, Kate Mulgrew, I love you. Anyway, apart from that whole thing about you being a terrible bitch to 7 of 9, but we'll gloss over that. Right. Yes, what defines the boundaries of our problem here is, and I'm wondering if, can I just do that and then get a straight line? No, I'm going to have to just draw it. I don't know what that did. No, none of these things are causing straight lines. I'll just have to eyeball it, which is going to be a bit crummy, but fine. So yeah, what defines the boundaries of our world? This is tiny. Oh my word. Is the refresh rate of the VGA. So I'm going to move this chair. It's a bit better. So that's 0, or beginning of frame. F0. And over here is the end of that frame, which we'll call F1, because it's frame 1. So for most of this time, what the VGA is doing, could do with a different color. Colors, that's a gradient. That's not how we do colors, is it you? No, that turns it black. Oh, there we go. Yellow. Sort of yellowish. No, yellow's going to be unreadable. Why did I pick yellow? Dark. That'll do. Most of this time is going to be spent, probably like that much time. Yoink. This is a terrible diagram. I already hate it. Most of that is what you might consider drawing. So this is the VGA, and this part of the frame is copying the image from VRAM to the screen. So we'll call it. And in reality, it's actually a mix of it's drawing a row, and then it's doing a horizontal retrace back to the left-hand side of the screen, and then it's drawing another row. But for our purposes, we may as well say the whole thing's just one big draw. And then another colour. Use all the colours. Orange. That's probably readable. Red. Dark red. The important point then is at this point we get a signal, or rather there is a flag set for the optical retrace. Begin. And then going to need another colour. All the colours. No, we can't have purple. I've already used purple. How many colours are there? Not enough colours in the world. Pastel blue. And that is the vertical retrace. Enter. And then, in fact, what I should have done is I should have saved all of those colours so that I could use them again, because I want to continue drawing this line. That just keeps going off like that. And there's going to be, where is that? That much, that's about the same length there. F2. So, back to black for a minute. And also, oh, what are you talking about? Accessibility features, OS 10. Yeah, I know Krita is controlling things. That's fine. You can go away now. I don't like the way OS 10 does that. It's not that important, OS 10. Let it go. What is important is this T. Oh, checking in from work for a bit. Very well. You're very welcome, Tonna. Mostly I am going to be muttering to myself, at least for the first bit of this. So, that's our bounds. What's important is, I've got black at the moment, in terms of the game, hold on for that at least for now. what's important for us is, do I want to draw it in a separate line? No, I don't think I do. I think I just want to draw it up there. Right. Maybe I do want to separate. Trying to fit too much on one diagram. I'm just going to put this here. Scroll must be updated before this point, because that is when it's applied. And if we try and set the scroll during the vertical retrace, it won't apply until way over in frame 2, which means we'll be a frame behind, which is where the jumps come from that I keep referring to as dropped frames. I forget, are you a freelance programmer or work for a company? I am a freelance programmer. I do 2 days a week at the moment for a client, which is kind of great because it means I get a lot of time to work on this nonsense. Excuse me. A fluff on the tablet. Here we go. Right, so scroll has to be updated before then. More importantly, if we update after that point, we get issues. So I really do want that to be much smaller. But I've drawn it now, so we're just going to have to put up with it. Right. Because the other thing that's happening at the same time, why is that unable to go below that point? Can you see that on the stream? Yeah, you can. Because my cursor can't go below that point. That's really weird. Can I draw below that point? Oh, I can. It's extremely odd. Okay, fine. Is there a union for programmers? How do you know if they will pay you in the end? Or contracts, I guess. They pay me as I go along. And also, it happens that my client at the moment are friends of mine, so it would be a bit of a problem in a different way if they didn't pay me. To be fair, they're rather they're a bit too proactive about paying me sometimes, I think. Like, quite often I will know that they are personally on holiday when I send them an email with an invoice in it. And I always make a point of saying, do not deal with this. You have a month, officially. You don't need to pay me yet. And by the time I've finished writing the email, they've already paid me, which is very kind of them. But, yeah, I'm unused to that. For the record, I've been freelancing for, oh God, I don't even know how long, over a decade at this point. And I've worked for an awful lot of different clients. I have only ever had a problem with one client. And that, it was extremely stressful at the time, but it meant that I learned the process of going to the small claims court, which is really easy. So yeah, I did manage to get my money out of them in the end. And, handy skill to know as a freelancer, should it ever come up again later. Are you considered a senior programmer in job title then now? I think in the current thing, I don't know that I even have a title. I mean, I've been making games for a very long time. So, probably. I'm not massively keen on titles, though. They tend to be a little bit meaningless. Excuse me. And where am I up to? What was I going to do? Yes, so there is another timeline that we care about here. It's happening at the same time. In fact, we should also probably put numbers on this timeline. So if we say this is like a 0, then this must be 16.67. And then that's 33.33, which is actually not very useful because I need to draw things on that happen at increments of, oh no, it's not 50 milliseconds, is it? It's 50 times a second, which is 20 milliseconds. Okay, that's fine. So, because this line is the FM synth interrupt. How is there cat hair on this tablet? I've got it all over the pen now. There we go. So that's going to happen presumably then. And then at 20 milliseconds, which by this diagram is probably what there. That's halfway between the two of them. What's that? That's going to be 24. So 20's probably about there. Somewhere about there. 0 milliseconds. 20 seconds. It was 20, wasn't it? Yes, it was 20. Oh my word. You could be cat lord or programmer of Pussy, but I don't know if that sounds right. Pussy as in cat. I am not that degenerate. Thank you for clearing that up, Tariel. I do often think that because I'm obviously the little bot account in here is called Dora Pussycat, and I know I think it's particularly. I don't know if it's. I suppose is it both types of North American or is it just US Americans? I'm not sure, but they can be a bit sensitive about the word pussy. But no, pussy to me primarily means cats for a number of reasons. So what I guess would be interesting here is probably if we were to consider what happens a couple of frames after this, because if we were to go after this point, Brits have your own slang too, like Fanny. That's true, we do. But also, confusingly, Fanny is also a name. So, yeah, it's a bit of an old-fashioned name, but nonetheless. I need a calculator because I can't do basic arithmetic. Not that kind of calculator. I'm not that kind of calculator. There we go. Hello there, Riga. Welcome in. I update the scroll after that point. You are not my mom. Sorry. I mean, you know, it's very free here. You update the scroll when you want. Well, you know, these are notes to self. They mustn't be read as dogmatic instructions for chat. What I want is 33.3 plus 1.67, which is obviously about 50 milliseconds. Of course it is. So then after that would be 66. So let's just write that down. Come here, you. There we go. That would follow at 50. Then this guy would be. It's not exact. Is it 50? I suppose it is. And that would be 66.67. Nobody say 67. I can hear you. And then what is that going to be? 86. Oh, basic arithmetic. It's 83. Yeah, of course, it's 50 milliseconds more. Come on now. 83.3. Now, 83.3 is interesting because that's very close to a multiple of 20. So when we get a frame that's at 83.3 milliseconds, we will have triggered just before that to do the audio. And that, I think, is what's happening. I think the interrupt is coming in, telling us to update the audio. 3 milliseconds is probably longer than it takes, to be honest, but I imagine we can probably get closer to the vertical retrace when these hit. 83 is just the first number that I came across. And so, yeah, so I think the interrupt is hitting, and then the audio driver is taking long enough that when control is handed back to the main program, we have already gone past the beginning of the vertical retrace. And so we then set the scroll at that point, but it will not apply until the following frame, which is why it jumps. So the question is, how do we fix that? And how do we fix that without doing something horrible about disabling interrupts? Maybe we just have to disable interrupt. Problem is, I think when we start disabling interrupts, I think they end up backing up, and then causing problems later in the frame anyway. But as long as we've backed them up such that they then all come in at once while the frame's being drawn, we probably have time to deal with them then. So that might be fine. Excuse me, tea gulping sounds. I've never been quite as aware of how loudly I drink tea until I started streaming. Very, very self-conscious now. I need to become a silent tea drinker. I don't think that's possible. But anyway. Okay, let's go back to code. If that is the assumption. Wheel back over to the keyboard. Excuse me. You wouldn't believe the state of this desk to get that tablet to fit on here with all the other streaming setup. Do you put milk and cream in your tea like a proper Brit in it? I don't put cream in it, but I do put milk in it. Milk and 1 sugar, since you ask. I used to, when I first started drinking tea, when I first got addicted to tea, when I was probably a teenager, that was milk and 3 sugars. 3 sugars gradually became 2 and is now at 1. And occasionally I can get it down to half, but not very often. I drink tea by itself, just water and tea by. If it's other types of tea, I probably would. You Brits are crazy. Other types of tea, you know, like the fruit ones and whatever, then yeah, obviously I don't put milk and sugar in those. Yes, I know. But like, yeah, what we would call normal tea, i.e. black tea, milk and sugar, do put that in. Oh, and green tea as well. I have that neat as well. Crossel just drinks some water and water. Sorry, it took me a minute. Water and nibbles on a chip butty. When's the last time I had a chip butty? I can only assume. I mean, I can't remember a time, but I can only assume it was probably when I was a student and I was drunk. I can't really imagine eating a chip butty. No, it doesn't really appeal. I'm trying to imagine myself now eating a chip butty, and it's not working. So I'm not enthused by it. But have you had a Tim Tam slam? That's a New Zealand thing, isn't it? A Tim Tam? Isn't that a New Zealand version of a penguin? Or is it a Canadian penguin? I don't know why I'm asking you. You probably don't know what a penguin is. But you know what I mean. Excuse me. Right. Okay. So let's have a look at some code to see if it sort of lines up. See where we can sort of see what that diagram is talking about. So we've got an interrupt handler, which is just this guy. This font is so big. There's not really a lot of point in looking in here because it doesn't do that much. Probably more relevant to look at our interrupt handler, which is this guy. Oh yeah, I changed that round. So we are telling the interrupt as soon as we can, or you know, rather we are telling the interrupt controller we're done. Don't feel for it. Don't back up any more interrupts. You can carry on sending them. I don't care, which is what that's about. Yeah, if we chain, then we have to wait. Are we chaining though? I think I may have taken the chain out. Oh no, we are still chaining apparently. It really doesn't matter. We don't need to chain to the standard interrupt handler because all it does is update the clock. Because if you look on the internet for this stuff, it's full of the internet is full of you know, this is a terrible idea. You should never replace the actual interrupt handler because everything will break. And when you look into it, it means things like if you are reading from the floppy disk, the interrupt handler is the thing that turns off the floppy disk motor after a certain amount of time. And so, yes, you will probably wear out your floppy drive motor, but only if you're reading from a floppy disk, which my game does not do. So that sort of doesn't matter to me. Tim Tam Sam is an Australian way to eat a cookie called Tim Tams. It's Australian. I thought it was New Zealand. We drink the drink through 2 Tim Tams like a straw. Different Aussies and UK are sometimes. Where we're similar is in swearing. Aussies and particularly Aussies and Scots, both have an amazingly poetic way with swearing. But, you know, the English manages well to a certain degree. I don't know that I've not done that with Tim Tams. I thought Tim Tams were like penguins. I guess that doesn't really work. Have done it, though, with... you can do it with like a twirl and other things like that. That's pretty good. Drinking a cup of tea through a twirl's not bad. I recommend that. Anyway, back to the code. So yeah, so this is going to do what we think it's going to do. Every 20 milliseconds, the user timer counter is going to expire, and it's going to call that synth driver. But there is no consideration of whereabouts in the frame this is happening. Excuse me. Oh, here we are. Let's scroll and wait for retrace. Is it happening here? So quite, yeah, I think I have tried to fiddle around with disabling interrupts here before, and I don't think it helped, which suggests that I'm missing something in the problem. But we could just be very naughty and just say, okay, for the entire time that we're waiting to do the draw, we will disable interrupt, which is way longer than you should be disabling interrupts for. Because both of these whiles I'm not mad keen on. But let's just see what it does. Well, I could watch Aussies more when I lived in Japan. Oh, because of the time of day. Sorry, that took me a while. I thought you meant like out of your window. Nowadays I have to wait till the weekends. You guys, UK are close to my German time. Fair enough. When did you live in Japan, and whereabouts, if I am allowed to ask? Been to Japan a bunch of times. A very interesting place. Okay, I need to take the CD out and put the CD back in. Take that. Excuse me. Skip the intro. Now, of course, we've got 2 different sources of music playing. Sorry about that. Okay. Go through all of this, skip all the briefing bit, get on with it. And then we get into the game. Oh, hello. Okay, so that's immediately a problem. But disabling the interrupts for that long means we can't update the music often enough, which is why it's playing really slow. It's quite funny, and then it speeds up when I move. That's cute. But what's interesting, though, you can see this sort of the sparkling on the ship. I don't know if there's a better term for that. I call it sparkling, which is that's us racing the horizontal retrace. But I'm sort of fine with that as ever because Jazz Jackrabbit does it. And if it's fine for Jazz Jackrabbit, it's fine for me. But there is there's no hopping. The scroll is not applying on the wrong frame at any point. So that is what the problem is. It's just that this fix isn't a good fix for it because it wrecks the music. God. It's kind of amazing that it slows down. Oh yeah, because we're going to be spending all that time waiting. Interesting. I need to fix that as well. So, which of these is going to be longer? An average frame. Also, I'm going to have to minimize that window because it's animating in the background and it's kind of distracting. There we go. Right. Back to my little drawing. That's going to be very short because display disabled. Wait until display and it becomes enabled, which means we're either going to wait for the vertical retrace to end, which is not that long, or we're going to be waiting for a horizontal retrace to finish, which is an extremely short amount of time. So that is not going to take any time at all, which means disabling interrupts during that is what's wrecking it. Which is a shame, because that's kind of where we need to do it. Intriguing. Oh. Do I make music too? I don't really know. I had intended to at the start of the jam. My plan was to write my own music for this game. And then, I can't remember the order of events, but basically by the time I decided I was going to use mods because they're cool, I was like, yeah, no, I did look at, I do remember this now. This is such a long time ago now, but I remember I was going to write some mod music. I'd never done it before, but I had tremendous difficulty finding a tracker for the Mac that didn't drive me nuts. I didn't find one in the end, so we ended up just using other people's music, which I think was better anyway, because I was never going to write anything that good. Okay, so I think if we move this down here, I think we'll probably get the same problems with the music running too slow. I think we might get some jittering as well, because it's possible. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out. Hello there, Bean. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Rebuild. If I've learnt nothing else from this project, it is that if I ever write another DOS game, I won't use any part of C++. It's going to have to be pure C, just because of how long this compile takes. I'm barely even using C++ in this project, and it makes it take like several orders of magnitude longer to compile. Anyway. Difficulties. Good thanks. How's it going today? It's going all right, I think. I've been copying you. Actually, I've been copying your stream. Look. Hang on. Where's the thing? I need to switch over manually. Look at this. Look at that. I've got drawings and everything. Totally copying from the Bean stream. I finally got my tablet set up. I lost. It's why I started so late, incidentally. It's because I lost 2 hours this morning to getting this tablet working on OS X. Or on, rather, OS X Tahoe, which, to be fair, is somewhat notably a dog's egg of a release. But yeah, it was quite some fun I had getting that tablet working. Anyway, it works now, so that's fine. So what I'm looking at the moment is still sort of somewhat looking into the issue from last time about why we seem to be. I keep referring to it as dropping frames, but we're not really dropping frames. What we're doing, I believe, is we are setting the scroll offset, or rather the start address, too late in the frame because we're getting interrupted. XP Pen, yeah, same one. macOS drivers are hot garbage. They really are. Do you know what they did? Right, okay, mild diversion here. But I just want to rant about this because 2 hours I lost to this morning. And, you know, all props to Dora for just occasionally looking up from her nap to glare at me, but otherwise staying calm while I just raved around the room swearing at this computer. Anyway, you know what they did? I went to get a new version of the driver because I thought, well, you know, that's your first port of call, isn't it? If it doesn't work, you get the new driver. So there was a new driver available, only came out a couple of months ago. I thought, oh, that'll be it. So I got that and I installed it and it didn't work. And the short version is the new version of the driver didn't replace the old one. So I had 2 drivers for the same piece of hardware, both competing for it at the same time, both of them made by the same manufacturer. It's like, who wrote this? Have you never written a driver before? Are you new to this? Anyway, I did eventually get it working. That's my little rant. Back to what I was doing. Look. So, what did I say? I think this is going to be. I think it's probably going to behave the same. I think we're going to get weirdly slow music. But I think we will still not be seeing the scroll jitter. I think that'll be fixed in inverted commas. Scoop. Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned her by name. The pussycat has awoken. Yeah, the music's really slow again. Until I start moving. There's a game idea in that. But yeah, the ship is solid. It's not moving, if you see what I mean. Like its position on screen isn't changing because the start address isn't being set on the wrong frame now. Okay. But the music is still broken, clearly. Because we are disabling interrupts while we wait for this, and this is such a long time that we are missing at least one, probably several, interrupts to update the audio. But our problem is, if we allow the interrupts too late, too close to the retrace happening, then by the time the interrupt returns, the retrace has already happened, and our attempt... Wait a minute. We're setting the address there. And we've set it by that point, so it doesn't matter how long this takes. Oh, unless we... Okay, so we'll be doing the opposite then. Oh. Intriguing. Back to the diagram. Beep. Headphone cords tangled up. There we go. So what are we saying here? We're setting the start address. Oh, no, sorry, no, I was right the first time. It's just that that's wrapped round to the next frame. Is that right? Oh. Can I derail with one more question? Does macOS Screen Capture still work when the XP pen drives are active? It appears to. But yes, it did give me a whole boatload of nonsense about the XP pen driver demanding to be able to record both video and audio, which I found dubious. But sure. Why does it need to record audio? It's a tablet. Probably best not to think about that too much. Thank you for checking in, Fiddlebongo. I will pretend not to know who you are. I've said that just to confuse everybody else. Oh, it's not Dora, in case anybody was wondering. Dora is behind me, squawking, because it's 20 past 11, and therefore, definitely in her view, time for lunch. Which it's not. When I last tried, it broke screen capture. Always only captured a single line, never a reading. God, that just sounds irritating. I mean, I think like every minor update of OS 10 recently has broken the sort of permissions with OBS. Like I found that's increasingly common that with OBS, when the OS updates, I'll run OBS and it can't capture anything. It thinks it's capturing fine. There's just nothing to capture. And then I go into the settings, and the settings insist, no, it's got permissions. They're all there. It's fine, but it just won't work. And you have to do this stupid dance of taking the permission off and rebooting and putting the permission back on again. And eventually, once you've shaken it enough times, it will work again. But it is noddy, to say the least. I'm going to try a new technique today, which is I'm going to pretend that I can't hear Dora making a racket. It's going to be my new attempt. I don't think it's going to work, but I'm going to give it a go. Right. I'm looking at this mad diagram again and looking at the code that isn't on the stream, but you know, it's fine. Frustrating. The great thing about X11 is that it's just a giant insecure free-for-all. Yay! I mean, yeah, it is annoying with OS 10 because it's like I kind of appreciate what they're trying to do with the permissions, and I think it's a good idea. It's just that they seem to be like dramatically rewriting it every couple of releases, and it means that all the software is out of date. So anyway. Oh God, it's the music with the voice in it again. I keep thinking people have like done a redeem that I've never heard before or something, but it's because there are voices in the background music. It's so freaky. I feel like there should be an I know what I'm doing button that disables all this nonsense. Yes, indeed. I mean, that's just sort of the infamous thing with OS 10, isn't it? That's what Windows users always say, complain about with OS 10. But yeah. I mean, I enable hubris mode. I mean, I can now do the command line thing that, in fact, I can just say it out loud because I know it off by heart because you need to learn it if you're a modern OS 10 user, which is xatra-d com.apple.quarantine name of app, which is how you get it to stop complaining about unsigned apps. Which I used to have to look up every single time, but I realised the other week I've actually learned it now. I've typed it so many times. Anyway. Right, I must get this done, otherwise I'm not going to get anything done. So what's happening in the frame? Doing set start address there and the minus scroll, which doesn't really matter. That is happening at any time when the display is enabled, so that has to be up here in the green section. And having set it in the green section, it must apply at the end of that green section when the vertical retrace begins. Okay, I think I see. Do I? No, I'm still confused by this. Why is that? I'm not fully seeing the process by which this scroll offset is getting set at the wrong time. I don't think that it is exactly that. I think the scroll offset is being set, but I think the code is behind a frame. Is it something like that? Yes, that could make sense. So the scroll... Oops, I've gone. Hit the wrong button. Where are we? Where's my mouse gone? Well, let's just, for larks. I mean, it's interesting that not disabling around that didn't seem to cause any problems either. So that kind of makes me tempted to do it like that. But that we'll see the problem again. We'll see the scroll jumps happening at this point in 5 minutes when it's finished building. C was so fast. Come back, C, all is beginning. I fancy a snack. How true. There we go. Take the CD out, put the CD in. I should really have set this to skip the preamble and go straight into the game, but so the music will play fine now, he said. There we go. But as soon as we start doing something a bit complicated, it jumped there a little bit, I don't know if you saw that. Every so often, especially when we move diagonally, because diagonally requires a bit more drawing, we're getting those little jumps. And that is essentially a desync between where the game thinks the scroll is and where the VGA thinks the scroll is. I'm mostly playing it just so I can hear the music. Which I should really point out every time I play that music that I have absolutely no idea what the license is for that music, so it may well turn out I'm not allowed to use it. In which case I shan't, but, you know, for the purposes of making a noise right now, I'm sure it'll be fine. Probably. Right. Why does preventing interrupts around that stop this problem? Or rather, why would an interrupt at that point cause this problem? So, while the retrace isn't happening. So it's like a chunk. Switch back to the drawing again. Oh, damn it. Auto switch. I guess one of the issues potentially is that this is happening at the beginning of the frame rather than at the end. In the old code, it was at the end. But it has to, that's easier if it's at the beginning. Because, yeah, because we'd have to do waiting. If we did it at the end of the frame, we'd still have to pause at the beginning to make sure we were drawing at the right time, which was not a concern in the old code when it had a back buffer. So yeah, this does need to happen at the beginning. I don't think we can change that. So what are we saying here? I kind of need a bit more space. Oh, there we go. I've got a bit of space at the top. So, what is this? Oh, it's fine. That was not a very good size. It's really too much. damn it. Set start address, and we'll also set pel panning, but we don't. That's not an issue, but because I left a space for it, I'll write it. So we set the pel panning there as well. So that is always going to apply the second we hit the vertical retrace at the end. So if we then assume that the game is in a loop waiting for this vertical retrace, so just before that point, and then an interrupt comes in, int big square, should probably be written in red, and then that takes us past the end of there. What the hell that's even supposed to mean, but yeah. And then the game comes back in at this point, while not doing a retrace. So you're gonna, if that happens, the game is going to come all the way down to about there-ish before it continues, yeah, before it then draws. Yeah. Yeah, this makes perfect sense. Okay, so that's why the ship jumps, is because we aren't drawing the frame. We're scrolling the screen, but then we're not redrawing what we're looking at. Most importantly, we're not redrawing the player, which of course we need to erase and draw in its new position. But we're leaving it where it is. Okay, that's cool. That makes sense. Question is, how do we fix it without disabling interrupts? I feel like it's going to be soon. Hello, I made all my windows disappear again. There we go. Because one of the issues that I don't know, it feels like it's an issue anyway. One of the things that makes me uncomfortable about all of this VGA handling stuff, vertical retrace handling stuff, is you can only ever sort of have a best guess inference about where in the frame you are. Like you can't at any, you can't at any arbitrary point in the frame ask the VGA, where are you up to? Because all it can tell you is whether it's doing a vertical retrace or not, or whether display is disabled or not, which is kind of half the same flag. It can't tell you that I am at this point in the frame as opposed to this point in the frame, because they look the same in terms of the flags. So, anyway, that may not be relevant. It just makes me uncomfortable, like a knackered chair. Right, okay. I'll write that down, actually, because it felt like I had to do some work to work that out. So I'm going to forget it again in a minute. If all interrupt happens during the volume, it does not continue, cannot, may not continue until frames retrace. Okay. Yeah, because that's sort of the thing. You want to say, you want to do that while you do want to explicitly wait for that retrace. Sort of, you want to wait for it if it's close. Like, if you're towards the end of the frame, then fine, just sit and wait for the retrace. If, however, you're... that's the exact opposite way around, isn't it? If you're at the beginning of the frame, then... No, that's also meaningless. Ignore everything I just said. Good. Next. Next thought. We could have the audio driver look out for the vertical retrace. Which, I mean, that sentence is gruesome, but, like, conceptually that's horrible, but it would solve this problem. Interesting. We can try that. We can surely try that. Where's my mouse pointer gone? There it is. So, give me some of that for a start. Music driver. What are you going to need to include for any of this? Yeah, you can just... I mean, it's a lot of imports, which I'm not mad keen on doing those in a hot loop, but we can try and see what it does. Also, we are disabling... Do we need to disable interrupts during this? I mean, technically, to be all by the book and everything, yes, you should, in the principle that the interrupt might happen between those two, and then we send the wrong data to the Opal 3 if somebody else was sending data to the Opal 3, but nobody else is. So I don't believe we need that either. Let's check that first. Because one of the things I've become very aware of recently is that I have a habit of making 12 changes, and then the behavior will change, and I will not be entirely clear on which of the 12 changes caused it. So we'll just slow down a bit. Incidentally, ignoring Dora seems to have worked. She's just making the occasional grumpy noise at me now. Progress. Whispering's probably not helping, to be honest. Copycats. I've only just realised that's just copycats. I'm easily amused. Right. Oh, I forgot to make it skip to the game. Again. Somebody remind me to do that in a minute, would you? No, let's go. Skip it. Music sounds alright. Jumpy. That looks about the same as it did a minute ago, to me. It's what we call testing. Eyeballing and going, yeah, looks about the same. Quit. Alright. So fine, we'll get rid of those. And then what I want to do, if not paused. Oh yeah, because you can't do it there because that function isn't going to return for ages until it's finished writing all of these. So we're going to have to do it in here, which is even more gross. But I suppose it was already gross, so it's fine. Blur. What are we doing here? Do we just want to just store the value? I think we just want to store the value. Vertical retrace equals. It's the wrong way around. Equal to retrace, so therefore not. Wait, what are you doing? Come on now. There we go. Vertical retrace. We are waiting for the vertical retrace to begin. So if that is false before we come in, and then when we check it when we've come out and it's true, we can carry on and do the next frame. Otherwise, we have to wait. That seems to make sense. It seems to make sense. Well, render. Except I've got to put that somewhere, which is the slightly grisly bit, because, you know, where do we have shared access between the FM synth driver and the world renderer? Yeah, gross. Could we have a flag in video? That feels a bit less gross, but it's still gross. This code is setting it, but I've already made that particular devilish deal, so it's fine. I'm going to put it in video. That seems the least gross option. All options are gross here, but this one will do. And I'm going to put it up here because it feels like a hack, and hacks go at the top. Vertical retrace. Fine. There was a key press to open up the CPP from here that I worked out the other day in TextMate, and I've forgotten what it is now. Oh no, I know what it was. I can do Command T. Yeah, look at that. Oh, it's like an actual editor and everything. Still, you know, can't do any symbol lookup or anything, but you know, you can't have everything. I don't think any of that is used. I'm keen on those being defined either. Anyway, let's not get distracted by that. Let's just go ahead and make ourselves a vertical retrace cloud, which is false. Get wrecked. I mean, to be fair, you're doing all the VGA handling and you're just called world renderer, so in a sense, this is already slightly gross. But it's fine, it's fine, it's all fine. I believe I can just go ahead and say don't care at this point. Am I going to get what would in modern code be called threading issues round? Probably. We'll deal with that when we see them. Okay. So if not vertical retrace, then wait for it. At it. No, that's not right. Put it in the while loop. While not vertical retrace and. That's right, isn't it? So if vertical retrace is true, we're going to lazy out. I'm going to carry straight on through. Okay. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Oh, meowing from the rug. Pretend not to notice. Pretend. Stay focused on the screen. Don't look down. Don't look down. Oh. Wasn't it? Oh, for flip's sake. Also, I've referred to it as yes, of course. And you probably don't even know what video even is. Well, then include I really hate that that's tied the FM synth driver and the video module. Deal with that later. I'm never going to deal with that again. Do you know what? If this works, something very exciting is going to happen, which is I think I might treat myself to incrementing the minor version number. That'll be exciting. I constantly forget to do it. So I think we're still on 0.3. Very interested in all the redeems. Go for it. I know you're new around here. I don't know if you've got enough points for the redeems. But, you know, by all means, go ahead. Normally, oh, Tonyl's gone now, but nice. That's one of my favourites. Nobody likes using that one, though. Bonehead. That's from Blender. Oh, I think it says that in the redeem. But yeah, Tonyl was here earlier. Tonyl tends to do all of them when they're here, which is always fun. They're a big fan of the OS2 one. Watched a few from the shadows lurking away there. Yeah, fair enough. Of course, I forget I can do them myself as well, if I can remember where it is.
If you don't leave, we'll call the police.
Hooray!
Balls. We want the finest wines available to humanity. We want them here, and we want them now.
Marvellous. That one doesn't get very often played. I think an awful lot of my chat don't know what that's from and are a bit confused by it. But it's certainly probably I'm going to go with probably one of my favourites. Oh, there, that's how I do it from here. And also there's the joke that doesn't work.
And I wanted to pick a song that was exactly perfect. A song that let me say thank you. A song that looked back retrospectively.
I maintain when he retired, he should have played that song, but he didn't. And it was a missed opportunity. Also, I like the fact that he says, look back retrospectively. That's what look back means. Anyway, back to what I was doing. Take the CD, put the CD in, update. Do you know where that clip's from? We want them here and we want them now. I just assumed you did since you redeemed it, but I don't actually know. Oh, again, nobody reminded me to skip through to the game. Oh, you don't know where it's from. Well, that's so sad. Nobody knows where that's from. I'm just redeeming stuff. No, that's fair enough. It is from probably the best film ever made, Withnail and I, which you should definitely watch if you haven't. You're exactly the appropriate age for watching that film. I assume. Obviously, I don't know who you are. Hey, cat. Yes, thank you. It's still not lunchtime. It's 10 to 12. All right, you'll have to wait 10 minutes, furry face. Yes, okay, fine. Right, testing. No, it jumped a little bit there. Question is... yeah, that still seems to be jumping. I can't decide if it's jumping more or less than it was previously. Because that then makes me think, well, is there some sort of quote-unquote threading issue here where the timing on setting that flag Interesting. Wait a minute. Wait now. Wait just one cotton picking minute. That's going to reset the flag. If you're just setting it every time, this should latch. So if it goes true, So I guess we would AND them then. I cannot and that. Which is a lazy way of saying if vertical trace retrace equals false, then set it to the value of that. Is it? Or is it just bullshit? Have I just written some bullshit? Because I think I might have just written some bullshit. Yeah, I have. Yeah, good bit of bullshit right there. Good. If not, here we go. Let's just do it this way, where it's more obvious what it's meant to do anyway. If it hasn't been set, then it's whatever the hardware says it is. And once it's set, don't bloody change it. That's what it should have been. And as a bonus, I'm going to remember to skip straight to the game. Which is down here somewhere. There it is. In the game. Bang. Oh. There she is in her extremely low-res FMV. That's what videos in computer games looked like for years. Fun fact. I did just update that, didn't I? And I did take the CD out. Oh, we'll find out if it plays an intro or not. It is not playing an intro, so that's good. Jump. Nah, literally as I said it, I was going to taunt it and say jump you bugger, and it did. Okay, so I've still not fixed it then. So is that the issue? I'm trying to think here. The assumption is that it's going to fire in there during that loop. And if that's the case, then it doesn't really matter what happened up here. Yeah, I can't really see that being an issue. So if we get interrupted, no, wait a minute. Wait a moment. Should we in fact be doing this right before the loop? Because that's not going to take very long, but I feel like I'm still missing something here. So all the channel points gone now. Worth every penny. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. It's only, you know, top quality stuff here with my pixel art cat VTuber. Oh, you weren't able to afford the IBM Star Trek one. That's a shame. It's a good one as well. I assume you saw that one earlier, though. Tommy likes that one. That's done. CD out. CD in. Do it again. Would have gone for that. I wanted to see Dora. True enough, even though you can already see her. But yes, I take your point. I reckon it's still going to jump. Yeah, there it is. I'm assuming you can see this on stream. Do you know what I'm looking at? Oh no, I can see it in OBS, but I don't know if you can actually, because if it's running at 30 frames a second on the stream, you might not be able to see it. But whatever. It's definitely still doing it. You'd have to take my word for it. So. What if we were to attempt to prove that this is being set by the audio driver? That might tell us something useful. Oh, 3 minutes to lunchtime. What am I even going to call this? That's imaginable. That's not going to tell us anything useful. We need to know if it's the flag. Okay, that's fine. Now we can just print at this point, and then we can print whether it's the flag or not. Jumpy about. I guess you can't see it on the stream there. That could equally have been a description of Dora. What? Oh, I forgot to put video on it. Can't you just guess the namespace? Come on. Do me a favour. Oh, that's being picked up by the microphone. Sorry, it seems to be quite loud as well. Tapping my fingers. I'll stop doing that. In a minute, pussycat. I know it's lunchtime. Hang on a minute. Good girl. Dora doesn't appreciate the speed of C++ compilers, especially very old ones. Oh, do you know what? I was going to run this in DOSBox as well. It's fine. It's fine. Do this first. Big blue lines. Do something. I think it just did one now. Oh, of course, it doesn't actually do it until the music gets busier. Yeah, there we go. It did it a couple of times there. Hopefully that gives us enough in the log. Whee, those are big numbers. But is vertical retrace always 0? Because if it's always 0, then this was all a waste of time. Or at least it isn't working. It's always 0. Interesting. All right. Well, I am getting my ear meowed off, and it is lunchtime. So, I'm going to go get lunch. I will be back in about 15 minutes. Right, back again. Okay, so yes, this is never being set. It occurs to me while I was making lunch that that's because we're only looking for it inside this function, which is not going to cover everything. So, and also, it made me realise why Allegro does what it does. It's trying to solve or do a very similar thing to this. Thank you very much. So I remember saying to, in the last stream, saying to, mind blank, saying to that person, let's just say saying to chat, that one of the things I discovered looking in the Allegro source code was that it did all the retrace handling inside the timer interrupt, which at the time I thought was a bit odd. But it occurs to me that is what we should be doing here. So I think the idea with Allegro is Allegro never has code like that. It's never explicitly asking the hardware when the retrace happens. What it does is it just has the timer running, the timer looks for it, and then client code just asks the timer or whoever, has this retrace happened yet? Which is probably more sensible, really. But anyway, excuse me, sorry. So what we need to do at least is we need to be checking more often around here. Yeah, because this code is only going to fire, you know, when the music interrupt is actually triggered, which in theory should be enough. Unless it's happening at some other point during the RAD update, but then it should be picked up the next time. If we left it in there, it would be picked up the next time through that function. That is a little bit odd, actually. Now I come to think about it, I feel like that actually, this is the right place to do that. No, it's not. No, it's not. Changing plan, changing plan. Get rid of that again. Back to the timer. Because this is going to run every... now it's only every 5 milliseconds currently. Which is, to be fair, another thing I copied from Allegro. But Allegro does a slightly odd thing where it's got 2 different timers running at the same time. So I'm just going to put it back where it was. So therefore, this interrupt handler is going to get called every millisecond, which ought to be enough for us to check. Okay. You probably don't know anything about video. No, you don't. You're no longer doing that, which technically means you don't need that anymore. Okay, so we're checking that every millisecond. We're letting the client reset it. Let's leave that print in, just see what happens. And also I want to run that in DOSBox to see what that says. See if the behaviour is any different. Anything interesting for your lunch? I made myself a cheese and marmite toastie. That sounds all right. Cheese and marmite toastie. Well, I say that, I'm not that keen on marmite. I was thinking more of, when I said that sounded good, I was thinking of Branston Pickle rather than Marmite. Branston Pickle's good. Not that keen on Marmite. Basically, you've made a beer-flavoured cheese toastie, in my opinion. Anyway, my lunch was Branston Pickle is also great. That's true. Glad we agree on that point. I've run out, actually. I need to make a note to get more. Sadly, my lunch was, you know, those rubbish plastic boxes of pseudo-fresh pasta that all the supermarkets do, where they encourage you to buy a box of that and then one of those tubs of 5 gallons of tomato sauce. I had one of those. or, you know, half of one of those boxes. And the best part of it was the grated cheese on the top. It wasn't particularly inspiring, but it'll do. What was I just about to do? I was about to run this. I was about to rebuild it. I haven't had any pickled onions in ages either. They're on, in my head, they exist right next to Branston pickle as the two most delightful pickles. I still think pickled onions are magical. How you can take an onion which tastes like that and then douse it in vinegar which tastes like that, and it produces the delight that is a pickled onion. Checkmate atheists, that's what I say. Alex like pickle is great. Oh, lime pickle, yeah, no, that is also good. That's true. And I've forgotten the word for it, but the little Japanese pickled vegetables you sometimes get with sushi and things like that, they're good too. Pickled ginger is also good. It's not what I meant, but yes. In fact, yeah, you more commonly get that with sushi. I should have said that in the first place. But yeah, you get like I think it's a slightly yuzu pickle, so like slightly citrusy pickle. I might be wrong there. Is it jiggling? Yes, it is jiggling. It jiggles more if we... Well, I keep saying that. Oh, there we go. That was a big one. I can't let it run for too long, because if the log gets too big, DOS won't open it. Now, what I should probably do, since I'm only interested in seeing when vertical retrace gets set, I should probably just print out if it's one. Would be a lot easier to read now, wouldn't it? It also feels like we may as well reset it at that point as well. No, we should reset it there, because otherwise, yeah, the next interrupt would potentially change it. We only care if the interrupt changes it during that loop. Okay. The other thing I think, I mean, it's essentially the same thing as I've just done, but no, don't print out during the interrupt handler. That will cause badness. Let's not do that. Dope. Broken it. Oh, did I do it again? Did I forget to put video on? No, not there. I didn't. Where is it? Well rendered. Flip. We'll keep doing that. Excuse me. Oh, that's the word I was looking for, I think. Although I'm now seeing two different words for it. The internet is telling me it's called Asazuke. Asazuke. Which I think is what I meant. Of course, everybody else is just calling them Japanese pickled vegetables, which is good enough. Right, back to there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Put that in. Put that down. Really should get rid of those big blue lines. Right. Yeah, they would want. Oh, I've got something else printing out times. Me. So much guff in this log, but there is nothing in there about the vertical retrace flag being set, which is interesting in itself. Frame something time something. Where's that coming from? there. Me, shut up. Yeah, I really don't want to. Well, it would tell us the same thing. I was going to say I don't want to put a print in here, but it doesn't matter because the print in here would never fire. By definition of the fact that this never fires, it can't ever be being set. Being set before that point. Okay. So what are we missing here? This flag is never being set. So at no point, at least at this particular point, yeah, we're only asking once per millisecond there. So yeah, that is reasonable that that would get missed. Because it's safe to assume, back to the drawing, look, that this section, the vertical retrace begins and then it ends there. I mean, you can't really get reasonable numbers for how long that takes. Because it's totally hardware dependent. And I would imagine on something like DOSBox, that's going to be basically 0. So as in one frame it's going to send begin, the next frame it's going to send end, because all DOSBox is actually doing to do a vertical retrace is resetting a value back to 0. And it's kind of similar for modern hardware, like it was only really a thing with CRTs. So I think we just have to assume that that interval is extremely short, which means if we're only looking once every timer interrupt, we're almost certainly going to miss it. But we can check at both ends, couldn't we? Is that reasonable? Because then if it's been set during the FM synth handler, we'd pick it up. Do we need that one? Yes, we do still need that one. No, we don't. Do we? I'm going to go with both for now. Just because I want to see this flag get set at all. That'd be nice. Just seeing the flag go up once. Squurge in the DOS window there from me pressing F12 to mute that microphone. Alright. Don't need the weird sound effects. Go on. Hang it again. Update. Ooh, hello. Excuse me? So the screen's gone. I can quit. Now. Yes, okay. Yeah, if I'm doing this in the interrupt, what if I'm in the middle of trying to set something on the VGA in the main program and this interrupt fires that could well reset something like setting the start address. In which case we would have to disable interrupts at that point. But if we disable interrupts, then we're certainly not going to see the vertical retrace get set. Or this is a puzzle. What fun. I'm checking here while display is disabled, which means either one of the retraces is happening. So yeah, it doesn't really matter what we do during that loop. It's not unreasonable to block out interrupts during those two, because they're going to take very little time, and an interrupt happening at that point would break them, as we've just seen. So I'm officially declaring that fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also officially declaring myself quite keen to have another cup of tea very soon. But I'll finish my water first. Don't have any chocolate to go with the tea today. How awful. What have I got that's roughly equivalent? Grapes. Grapes don't go with tea. No chocolate hats? No. I don't know that I very often have chocolate hats in this house. Our family is so entirely replete with chocolate hats. I feel like I never really need to buy them. I just, tap someone up. There's always one on hand. Should I want one? Although, as discussed, your dad does have a habit of buying the posh ones that aren't as good. But, that's a whole other conversation. Generally buy a pack of them in Poundland and eat them all in one sitting. Holy mackerel. You see, Raising the Beam and I were talking about this over the Easter weekend, that about how we're both bad influences on each other because we're always talking about chocolate in each other's streams. And the two of us ended up eating, I don't think it was even that many, but cream eggs these days tend to be sold in boxes of 5. And so I know I certainly, over the Easter weekend, I had a cream egg every day, one a day. That was enough to make my stomach go insane. So you're lucky at the age you are, that you don't have to put up with this yet. Right, I've updated that. Let's go. Those M&S ones are rubbish. What you putting jam in them for? It's unnecessary. You're spoiling the purity of the chocolate hat. There it is. I was meant to be checking to see if this screen went weird. I probably didn't play that long enough. Cream eggs are a bit much a lot of the time. That is true. I would agree with that. And this, I think, is... I'm sure there are several people in Cadbury's marketing who are very upset about that. And it's why they push so hard during Easter, because it's the only time it's acceptable. If you were to have cream eggs the rest of the year, you'd be dead, I think. Right, I'm just going to have to faff around and see if the screen goes black again. I don't think it will, he said, deliberately tempting fate. I think it's going to be fine now. Yes, that's definitely fixed. No, okay, it's not causing it to happen. Come on. Come on, knacker the screen. Knacker the screen. Yeah, let me do another lap. Of course, it could have just been an extremely intermittent bug or extremely rare bug. But it looks like it's not happening now. And I've tempted fate about 5 times, so I think we're going to consider that next. Yeah, there's nothing in there about vertical retrace flag being set. Okay, So we're still not catching it. Pack of 6 bacon and scampi fries from Poundland also goes in one sitting. My God, how are you still alive? Hello there, Amy Cat. Welcome in. We're having discussions about Fiddlebongo eating far too much food. Excuse me. Right, okay, so if we're looking in the timer interrupt for this vertical retrace, then it is reasonable, indeed required, that we turn the interrupts off around that. But that's fine. That's not going to make anything behave worse because this is a very short amount of time. So that's all fine. I'm basically persuading myself on this out loud. I consider myself persuaded. The question then becomes, I'm going to cough again. Excuse me. The question then becomes, how come we are still not seeing this flag get set? Because it's happening outside the interrupt. Excuse me, every single time though. Because if it's never setting inside the interrupt, we're checking at both ends, then it must be setting while this code is executing. If that was the case, this would never be a problem. Weird. Poundland's affordability is far too appealing to me, being a student. It seems reasonable. I can't remember the last time I was in a Poundland. Actually, going back to an earlier conversation that I can't remember if you were here for, but Elo, I think actually it was at the point you came in, Elo was making references to chip butties earlier, which I can't remember ever having eaten. Have you ever eaten a chip butty? I feel like you're probably, if there is such a thing, a target demographic for the chip butty. Oh, you remember that? I thought you were here for that. I love a chip butty. There we go. Okay, that's good. Ela will be pleased to hear that British stereotype remains in effect. Prefer chip butties. Oh, I see. Fish butties a bit more though. I'm trying to imagine what a chip butty would taste like, and it's not really appealing to me. I mean, I like chips, I like bread, but I don't know that I want them together. That just seems too close to being a bread sandwich. Yeah, it's just, what's in your sandwich? More bread. Okay. Do you have anything that tastes of anything? No, just the bread. Stodge. It's a good word. Right. This vertical retrace. This here vertical retrace. Would it be worthwhile? I think it would, yes. To say when we come out of that loop, as we would, I would imagine, yeah, we should see. I don't need to get rid of that because it's never going to fire, but we should see. If I print out the time that each, well, it's not a frame, we're actually kind of in the middle of a frame at this point, but because of the alignment on the retrace, if we print out the time at this point, it should be going up by very close to the same time each frame. And I think we'll see frames being dropped. But I can't immediately see why, if that's not the case. And let's have a colon. Netflix. What the world needs is a C++ compiler that does that thing that Commodore 64s used to do with the invader loads, where while you're sitting waiting for it, it lets you play Space Invaders. That would be cool. Get on with it, compiler writers. Lazy devs. Where's my Space Invaders compiler? Could be Pac-Man. I'm not fussy. I start with Space Invaders. Why not Space Cats? I like the way you think, Immy Cat. I like it a lot. It does, however, suggest that it falls on me to write a compiler that does that. Which I'm not mad keen on, to be fair. I think if there was one thing I never have any intention of writing, it's a compiler. I just assume that people that write compilers are all sort of... What's the right way of describing it? You know, in the Battlestar Galactica remake, when the what were they called? The people that piloted the Cylon ships, the sort of half human, half, they're sort of, basically my point is they're gone. That's what I'm thinking with compiler writers. I think they were just called hybrids. Right, I want to see these numbers. Let's skip ahead a bit. I forget. I think they were just called hybrids. If you remember the show at all, that is. So that's 17 milliseconds. I'm fine with that. I should really have written the code to tell me the difference from the last time. Scanning down that list of numbers, can I see anything that looks larger than 16 or 17 milliseconds? Yes. No, that's 16 because I can't add up. Excellent. 17. Yeah, those are all fine. Kinect. Let's have a difference then. Look. That's an imaginative meaning. T. It's even more imaginative. I can't type straight today. Somebody's broken my keyboard again. Excuse me. I still love how they dropped the "they have a plan" subtitle halfway through the show, because even the writers didn't have a plan anymore. The ending was so bad. It was terrible, yeah. I loved that show, except for that ending. I mean, it started to crumble, in that final season, as all of their own established rules started to fall apart, and then the ending was silly. But yeah, it was a lot of fun before that point. But I remember seeing one of the behind the scenes things with the writers on the DVD where they were talking about exactly that, about how, because those two writers wrote it together, wasn't it? And one of them made the decision to put "and they have a plan," and the other one hated him forever. It's like, why have you put that in there? We have no idea what the plan is. Not quite Lost levels bad, but it was getting there. No, I agree. Do you know, I was thinking about Lost this morning. That's a weird coincidence. About how, because obviously lots of people got very upset about Lost at the end. And I remember being weirdly proud at the time that all I ever watched of Lost was the first half of the first episode. And that was enough to make me know that the writers had no idea where this was going, and it was just going to keep going until the numbers went down. And so I never bothered watching it after that point. And then, however many years later, everybody was like, fucking. I was like, yeah, I thought so. Look at you. I mean, in a sense, never did watch it. Oh, it seemed even more wobbly. Give me some more wobbles. There we go. Right, quit that. Show me the log. Oh, for the love of... Why am I so stupid? I'm not stupid, I'm just distracted. Right, fine. What even is this code? What am I writing here? Come on now. We're going to need a prep T, and we're going to need static. Yeah. It was the same. And print that out. And then set prep T, C, T. That doesn't need to be started. Okay. Distracted. My job here is done. That's about right. Speaking of the usual cat-based distraction, where's Dora? It's always worrying when she disappears. I live in a small flat, and for her to disappear is quite an impressive feat. I'm looking round and I've no idea where she is. Which means she's probably up to no good. Oh well, I'll find out later. Well, let's build it. Excuse me. Did you manage to fix the fact I managed to clip through the wall on my first playthrough? I did, it was a good bug. But yes, that was fixed a long time ago, mate. Come on. We don't ship with A-class issues like that. He said, thinking about, oh yeah, no, I remember what the fix was. It was the level designer's fault. Let's gloss over the fact that the level designer is also me. It's jiggling, a bit more jiggling. I've written bullshit code again. Oh. I've written this wrong twice. It's a trivial piece of code. Right. I'm going to pretend there's nobody in chat, so I'm not going to look at chat. I'm just going to fix this stupid code. Tell you what, let's stop cheating and using static. Let's actually just put it up here. Yeah, because it's the difference. You. Oh, sorry. Which will be 0 for the first one. Then we come through, we set that round. Because that's static now, won't get called again. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. I bet I've written it wrong a third time. So we watch. This has become a stream about a man being unable to do basic arithmetic. I'm not even in. A good stream last night. That was what was meant to be the stream finishing off Sheep, which I ended up rage quitting after 2.5 hours. However long the stream was. My God, that game. Let's run this again. And I was getting all narky all the way through it about how the various things in it that I considered to be design flaws that were driving me mad. And whenever I do that, I always think, you know, it's all well and good trying to play the game dev and going, these are design flaws, when it could very well just be that I don't like that particular thing. And then at one point I looked up a walkthrough to figure out how to do one particular thing. And the walkthrough that I found was the PS1 version of that game. And whoever ported it from PC to PS1 had all the same issues that I did because they fixed them all in the PlayStation version. PlayStation version's much easier. Anyway.
I know a way you can upgrade your operating system, and you don't have to wait 7 light years. You don't even have to wait 7 months.
And it's a third generation, like me. So it must be really good.
That's right. It's OS2 Warp, the next generation operating system.
It's next generation operating system. You want to get that? Right. Let's talk numbers. 16, 17. 15, 16, 17, 15, 16, 17. Oh. Well, now that is interesting. It's not going to the next frame. As in, it's not skipping a frame. Which poses a question made of 3 letters. W, T, and F. Why is it jiggling then? Because it can't. Diagram. Oh, that's the zoom out button. I didn't mean that. I meant the scroll button. So. Unless we were disabling interrupts for so long that the timing is being affected, but we really aren't. The only place we disable interrupts is around setting start address, which takes like no time at all. So that's not the problem. So we're definitely setting it in the green section. Setting the start address in the green section. So it's going to be caught by the vertical retrace that follows the green section, so that's correct. That's not being interrupted, or at least no, I can't see that being a problem. Because either way, when we come out, we're asking, or okay, it could be being interrupted by something else. It could be being interrupted by what other things? We've got the keyboard interrupt, excuse me, and actually we've got the chained timer. They both execute outside of my code. Excuse me, that's not true. The first one is my code, the second one's not. The chained interrupt probably doesn't take that long, but if it did happen over the time that the vertical retrace starts and finishes, even as I'm saying, it just doesn't seem that likely. But I don't know how long the retrace is. And as I said earlier, we kind of have to assume that it's an infinitely small length of time. In which case, the chain timer interrupt would be long enough to cause us to. But then it can't be that, because if that were the case, the retrace time that we're printing out in the log would detect that we have waited a frame too many. This is most peculiar. would say it has to be when we're setting the start address, but we are explicitly setting the start address in that region because we have to set it there, otherwise it won't be picked up until the next frame. Display disabled, which means, oh, hang on a minute. Display disabled could mean the vertical retrace has already started. If that were true, then we'd be setting, I need another color. Gray. So if we assume, I just don't have room to write this, I'm just going to scribble it over what's already there. So at that point, set the start address. That's not going to apply until about here. This code is going to say, well, we aren't doing a retrace. In which case, up until that point. And then we're going, okay, and then we're going to use a scroll, which is a frame early. So that could be how this is happening then. Wow. But how are we getting in, how are we coming into this function that late in the frame? Because it should be, whoops, it should be delayed appropriately at the end of render, isn't it? End of draw, excuse me. Words. We aren't delaying at all. The only delays we're doing are in here. Okay. Okay. So it's potentially you then. But we can't just say, well, the display is disabled. But that feels like we're losing like half a frame, which the numbers aren't reflecting. To wait for either retrace to finish if it's active. I think I'd quite like to prove that, actually. At least remind myself of how it's broken. Oh yeah, I'll do it that way, don't I? Follow me brackets. That's up to that one. See what it is, just for a reminder. Cool. That might be for me. Expecting a parcel. Ah, there it is. There's my doorbell. Back in a second. Wasn't even for me. Excitement over. I mean, when the parcel that comes for me does come, it's not for me anyway, it's for Dora, but that's not the point. Did I just rebuild that? I think I did, didn't I? I can't remember. I'll have to rebuild it again. Talk about problems caused by interrupts. Am I right? So anyway. Wood pate. Didn't the effect I was expecting. Did I in fact mean the opposite of that? What is that, Emicat? Oh, it's a cat. Wow. Well, against the black background, all I can see is the little white patch. I had to mouse over it to see what it was. Cool. So many cats. Ugh. I think it's safe to say that's always a frame behind now. That is actually quite upsetting. I'll take that off the screen. Okay, but that's good, because that's what I thought it would do. Judder. Yes, indeed. Okay. So that, I think, is essentially what that's doing is that's the inverse of what we're seeing otherwise, which is that is always a frame behind, except occasionally when it gets the frame right. It's kind of interesting in itself. Okay. If none of these, if we're never holding on until the following frame, what is causing this judder? It would have to be either the start address being incorrect, which I don't believe it is, because it's not the whole. That's an interesting point. It's not the whole screen, is it? When this looks right, let's go back to that. May have to do a screen recording of this, but I'm pretty certain it would be pretty obvious if the entire screen was out by a frame. Because the whole screen would judder, where it is just the sprites, look, just the player in this case. When we drop a frame in inverted commas, it is just the player that's in the wrong place, which suggests... The problem is it suggests the initial hypothesis, which has so far turned out to be false, which is that it's just that the game code is occasionally a frame behind. Which, I mean, it may be, but the only way currently that I can see that that could happen is if the vertical retrace was happening during an interrupt, which it doesn't appear to be. Oh, spam, get in. spam. Big blue lines. Yeah, that's the better version. Now we've just got the occasional. But I should be looking rather than looking at the ship. Looking at the world. Like that's all. Is it? Yeah, it is. The smoothness, the scrolling is not affected by that jittering. It is just the sprite. But I would have thought that the only way that could happen would be if this was missing the vertical retrace for this frame and then sitting there for an extra 16 milliseconds waiting for the next retrace, and then we would call draw with the last frame's data. Now, there is another way this can happen. Is there? I need to go back to the diagram again. I might have to draw a neater diagram as this becomes increasingly mad. The mad scroll. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to draw a diagram. That one. That one. Probably fine, yeah. Right. Let's draw some shorter frames this time. Start with a line. Good start. Good start. There's a frame. There's another frame. There's another frame. There's another frame. It's slightly longer, but you know, oh, fine. I'll put it there. There's a frame. So, colored blocks. That's the way forward. Dark red. Yeah. Cool. That's terrible drawing. It's fine. Okay. Ouch. Okay. There we go. That's not red. No. Why did I set that back to black? Okay. Okay. We're saying while the status is display disabled, sit there. So you're waiting until display becomes enabled. That that can't. Well, display disabled is true, so you're waiting for that to be false. Display disabled is false means display enabled. So you are waiting for the display to be enabled. So that can only happen. Hello. This diagram's looking remarkably similar to the last one. Big coloured blocks. Right. That's a bit dark, actually. It's also not a solid block, technically. So I guess we'll slightly lie and say it would actually be a lot more than this, but this is close enough. I also don't know why I haven't drawn that centered, but never mind. So what is that? That's display enabled. So if you're waiting for that to become true, and rather, if that flag is true, you must be in one of those green blocks. Yeah, vertical retrace is not going to be relevant. Because as soon as the vertical retrace finishes, you're in the next frame's first green block. So you're definitely going to be before the vertical retrace. So calling set start address at that point. No. Hang on. No, well, display disabled. So when it comes out of that, display is enabled, so it must be in a green block, which means the vertical retrace cannot have started. Yeah, that is fine. That's correct. So we're then calling set start address, which is at the right time because it's before the vertical retrace for this frame. Oh, well, for the next frame, I know what I mean. It's not something completely unrelated, is it? Like the Pel Pan. Because I made a change around this code only the other night. I changed it. I took... Oh no, but I copied it from Allegro. I can remember that much. I made the change because Allegro did it. So I thought it must be fine. So I think that's unlikely to be the cause of a problem. But let's give this a go, which will... I mean, this will definitely look broken, but will it look kind of regularly broken? Or will it look broken in one way and intermittently broken in a different way? Because if it's the latter, the problem has nothing to do with the Pel Panning. Regularly broken. That's just a description of my code. So anyway. Come on. I should really update that end title. So there's a game for the Docember Game Jam 2025. What? So it's finished then? Anyway. It was for that before. Right, and scroll. I think it's going to do something weird. Oh. Okay, no, that's kind of fine. So that is, I mean, it looks a bit weird when, I guess when I slow down, yeah. And the edges of the screen look slightly peculiar as well. That's fine. No, there it is. It just did it again. The ship just juddered again. So that's not solved the problem. Okay, that's good. We do need, I mean, obviously we needed the Pel Panning, but that's not the cause of the problem. Back to the diagram. Is it a diagram or a very bad children's drawing of a train track? With the word vert retrace inexplicably written on the ground. Okay. So we're setting start address and it's in the right place. It's nothing to do with the minor scroll or the Pel Panning because we've just disabled that and it still does it. Is there? I'm kind of baffled by this now. It's making me look for paranoid things like, am I trying to set this address elsewhere? Well, that's when we load, right? That's just initial. On position reset. Yeah, that's fine. You're allowed to set the start address at that point. I'll forgive that. And then the only other place is that code, so that's fine. And out of interest, just to continue the paranoia, nobody else is. Oh, ignore case. Yeah, otherwise we're just doing it in it again, and then this is, yeah, reset scroll doesn't get called. I don't think reset scroll ever gets called by anybody, but nonetheless. Okay, fine, it's not that then. It has to be timing related, but it's so strange that that never shows any variance. So you don't see the problem at all on DOSBox since I made this change, which I'm now going to put back in again because I would like to see what it does to 86box. I suspect it won't make 86box behave much worse than it already is, but it would be very useful to see DOSBox doing it. It would be more useful in a sense to see DOSBox exhibiting the issue. Because if DOSBox is doing it, then we can be fairly confident that it's not anything taking too long, it's just something happening at the wrong time. Back in again, update. Actually, that is noticeably worse. Okay. But do we see that in the timings? No. There, yes we do. 28:33. But that's not so helpful because that doesn't appear, or at least it doesn't seem to appear. I'm going to check again, you know. I'm going to check that little assumption again. Maybe I just missed it last time or something. Right, take those back out again because they're mad anyway. Hence the exclamation mark in brackets. That's a euphemism that I use in code to mean what the fuck. Anyway. (1:20). I remember thinking at 1:45, when it gets to 1, I'll make a cup of tea. Oh well, that's it. I've missed the opportunity now. No more tea. Hurry up, compiler. Hurry up. I could have compiled this myself. That's not true. Oh, hello there, Dixlingling. Oh, I didn't actually see your comment in chat. Welcome in. Sup, goat. What am I doing? Oh, I've just updated that. Let's run that again. Because you can see that is definitely still juddering occasionally. He said that stops juddering. There's one. There's another one. And what I was expecting would be that each one of those would coincide with a retrace time that is notably larger. Aha. It's always worth rechecking. Of course, again, what I should have done is I should have said, only bother printing it out if it's more than 20, because I don't care about the other ones. Okay. I mean, that's mildly annoying that I thought it was this and then decided it wasn't. But now that I know it probably is this, that makes more sense. Because if it wasn't this, I had no idea what was causing it. Now we go back to, okay, if this is the cause, how do we fix it? Magic. Magic. I hope you appreciate that I am doing spirit fingers as I say that word. I really need to make my Dora VTuber more advanced. I need to give her some animations so that she can do spirit paws, etc. One of the first things I ever did on this channel was the, what's it called? The Dora Huge or something. Rewards. Mega Dora, which is disabled in the rewards because it broke early on and I never fixed it. I should probably fix that up again. Let you guess what Mega Dora does. It's not particularly exciting, but it's vaguely entertaining. Right. Count the judders. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7. 20. Yeah, I thought so. Well, plenty anyway, so okay. That's good. That makes me feel better, weirdly, because that does seem to confirm that the cause is correct. Is there any way we can prove that before we start hacking the shit out of things in an attempt to fix it? No. Not that I can think of anyway. It potentially would be worthwhile. Yeah, okay. Do a lot of printing, as we've discovered previously. On a 386, if you're printing lots of debug information about timing info, you're going to wreck your timing info because it takes so long to print. But I'll try not to do too much. I want the time at this point as well. So yeah, so what we should see then is we should see a retrace time of like 33 or something. And, you know, is this the right thing? Maybe I'm going to add another one just for the sake of it. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Let's just go with that and see what it tells us. Ooh, that's a cool little 386 thing. What's that? Imicat 386. 386 hype. But only, as it turns out, as I've learned on this project, only the 386DX, as we would come to call it later. I never even knew that the 386SX was like years later. You would assume that it was like either the same time or the SX first and then the DX, 6 months later. But no, 386 first and then like 5 years later they made the SX. Is it 5 years? Something like that. And the SX was rubbish. Who knew? I think I did because I think I had one. yes, this is a 86 box here is a DX33, I think, because that is about any slower than that, 386 DX25 or an SX of any sort, Jazz Jackrabbit becomes unplayable. So, as ever, Jazz Jackrabbit is my yardstick / my yard rabbit. Yeah. Hello? What have I done? Why have I made it die? I don't understand why that has caused it to crash. Oh, hello. What does that say? It's a little smiley face. Can. And then, oh, and that's a DOS prompt at the bottom. Can you see? Yeah, you can see that on the stream. Can I type? No, it's very dead. Oh, that's an attempt to print out my... Okay. I don't know why it's doing that, but I don't suppose it matters too much. I apologise for the beep. There it is. 386 is my favourite platform. I had one as a kid until 1996. It must be said, the 386 PC was the first PC that I had that finally convinced me that maybe I did like PCs. Because I had, prior to that, I had a 286 and I had an 8086. Was my first PC. And the 8086 didn't even have a VGA card in it. And so the only game I could play on it, which to be fair was a great game, was Gray Cluley's Humbug, the text adventure. And he, incidentally, Graham Cluley works for Sophos, I think, these days. Like some sort of antivirus guy. And occasionally he'll say something that, you know, does the rounds on social media. And I always make a point of replying going, you're the guy that made Humbug. Just being a stupid fanboy at him, which he always seems to appreciate. Anyway, but yeah, and at the time I'd gone from an Amstrad to an 8086, which felt like a step down. And I did want an Amiga. So I was quite bitter for quite a long time. But when I got a 386, I think that was the one that had Wing Commander 2 on it, which had an animated intro with actual voices you could hear. And at that point, I was like, okay, that's about where the Amiga is. I will accept that. What about you? I am all right, thank you. I was fixing some stuff. I had set all of my include libraries for debug, but not for release. I had to copy it over. Gurk. And you had an EGA card at first. Yeah, I think so. Did I ever have that, or did we just go from... Because I remember the 8086 was... I remember it had Hercules green screen monitor, which weighed more than I did at that age. And my feeling was that couldn't do anything that wasn't text. So I guess... I mean, it must have been able to, because even like the CGA adapter would have been able to do some kind of graphics. But probably it was just, if it was like, you know, 4 or 16 colours, I would have just refused to look at it. Because I wanted an Amiga, damn it. Didn't even know Amigas existed until the 2000s. Yeah, that's fair enough. And I heard about Amigas because, I mean, I've told this story before, but like I got a phone call from, as a lad I was at school with, who, you know, wasn't massive friends with. So it was a bit odd to get a phone call from him. And he was like, oh, my dad's got us a new computer. He says to ring you to come round and help us switch it on. Because I was, you know, known as the local nerd in my tiny little village. And so, yeah, so I went round and I saw on the box it had Commodore and I'd heard of them. But then it said Amiga and I was like, I've not heard of one of them before. And yeah, switched it on. It was great. It's like, wow, this does better graphics, better sound, everything. I want one of them. And then I spent the rest of that year saying to my dad, can we get an Amiga? Can we get an Amiga? Can we get an Amiga? Anyway, you leave it to me, wink, wink. And then Christmas Day presented me with an 8086. Oh, bless him. Right, what have we discovered? We've discovered that this frame, this is sometimes taking us to the next frame. which means this attempt to set the vertical retrace flag in the interrupt is correct. It's just not working. This is going to require a cup of tea. I will be back presently. Back again. Curiously, not a single person I knew had an Amiga either. Back then I was the only person in class who even had a computer. Yeah, sort of. I mean, I guess when I was a kid, yeah, they weren't that common. Like, they weren't, you didn't see that many people with like a, you know, because we had a bunch, because my dad was very much into that stuff. He was an engineer, and so the whole microcomputer boom was really interesting to him. And so at various points in my childhood, we had sort of all the main, I mean, it's perhaps a little unfair, but like the better selling 8-bit ones, at some point we'd have one of them. I had an Amstrad for ages. My brother had a Commodore 64. At different points, we had a ZX Spectrum and a BBC Micro for a while, and so we had tons of them. And yeah, nobody really at school had them that I can remember until a little bit later. I mean, I guess I was probably about 11 or 12, which is like sort of early 90s, very early 90s, was when the Amiga appeared. You know, which is, of course, I think it's fair to say the Amiga was pretty dead in the US by that point, because I believe, I mean, I'm sure the Amiga people would correct me on this, but I believe sort of the story with the Amiga was that, you know, Commodore didn't know how to market it, and so it was never particularly successful in the US. I don't think it was massively successful in Europe, but the guy whose name I can't remember, who was the head of Commodore UK or Commodore Europe, perhaps, he came up with this marketing idea of the the putting the A500 in a pack, some sort of themed pack. And like whenever I saw Amigas as a kid, it was always in the pack, like the cartoon pack and the Batman pack and other ones like that. And seemingly that's what sold them, which is why I believe they were slightly more successful here than certainly than the US. But they were still never particularly successful, which is a shame because they were really great computers. They really should have kind of cleaned up, I think. It's sort of baffling in hindsight that they didn't. Because they were streets ahead of what any of the 8-bit machines could do. And yeah, I don't really have an opinion versus Atari, because I'm the 16-bit one, because I never, Atari ST, I mean, because I don't know that I've ever used one, somehow. History tells they were pretty successful in Europe, okay. But not enough for me to ever encounter one. Yeah, fair enough. David. I can picture the guy. I remember seeing an interview with him. Maybe in one of the micro documentaries films. I can't remember what his name is. Anyway. Right. What are we doing? Let's reiterate what we think is going on. This is why I write comments like this. If the audio interrupt happens during this loop, then the retrace is going to trigger and it's going to finish before we come back to this while loop. In which case we're going to end up waiting for the next retrace. Which means that we never call draw, which means that we never update the sprites. Everything's a frame behind. So the attempt is to set this flag if the vertical retrace occurs during the interrupt. But that does not appear to be happening. Just check. That should be an and, shouldn't it? Not an or. Yeah. Let's get rid of this again because we don't. Do we care? Maybe we do care. Maybe we would like to see what that number says. That's going to completely confuse me in a minute. Oh, that's fun. Who's that there? Oh, it's Dick's again. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, there's more chat I've missed. Recently finished getting some 3D models loaded with Vulkan, but now I'm torn between whether I want to make a small 2D game like Tetris or Breakout first before really nosediving into the 3D gimmicks. What do you all think? I mean, it's always worth starting small. Small 2D game like Tetris or Breakout before really nosediving. Yeah, that seems fair to me. I think that's probably a very good idea. Not least because, I mean, sort of, if you've already got model loading, then it's less important. But I mean, if you're doing something like Tetris or Breakout, then you only need cubes, which is very handy. But yeah, that enables you, like the quicker you can get, in my view anyway, the quicker you can get to an actual sort of game loop, the faster you can find the issues, basically, with your setup. That would be my view anyway. Did I rebuild this? I don't think I did. What I need to do is I need to have everything in the console automatically timestamp everything that it does so that I can go, when did I do that? Oh, that was 45 seconds ago. That probably needs doing again. You know, I could probably set that up if I was a better Bash scripter. Or I bothered to look up how on the Googles. I'm probably not going to do that. Much like the Invader loading compiler, I'm just going to say someone should do that and then not do it. Oh, this is rebooted, of course. Oh, yeah. This rebooted because I'm probably printing too much. Oh, I'm printing even more now. Oh, I was printing this much before. I don't believe you. Try again. Okay, that means it's an intermittent bug. It's another bug. We gotta fix later. There was one, there was a little jump. There's a couple more, there's a few more. Okay. Talk to me, log. What are the numbers? That's interesting. First number doesn't really count. It's 16,000. The rest of them 12.4, 12.5. So that loop will iterate about 12,500 times normally. So somewhere down there's one. Excuse me. Oh wait, so these should be 17 between them. They are. That's 17 again, isn't it? 6. Yeah, 6 plus 11 is 17. Interesting. That seems like it's much later. Well, I guess that's not really telling us anything too useful, other than that that's a lot shorter, which we could reasonably assume anyway. Actually, no, we couldn't. I would have thought it would be much bigger, now I come to think of it. It's normally 12,500. On this occasion, it was 4,000. That's kind of weird. Because if it was missing the first retrace and then waiting for the second one, you would expect that count, because the loop would take even longer, you would expect that count to be larger. But it was substantially smaller. That is peculiar. Itchy ear. Any other fun 2D games besides those two? I wasn't born when they came out. Man, rubbing it in. I always think, like, the one I often recommend when people are talking about writing a game for the first time, I tend to recommend Soccerban, actually. Because Soccerban has the advantage of being kind of, well, frankly, a bit slower. It's sort of much more user-driven than Tetris is, you know, because Tetris has got it's constantly sending you new pieces. Ain't nothing personal. It's all right. I'm only kidding. And what was your other suggestion? I've gotten lost in the chat now. Tetris or Breakout? Oh yeah, Breakout's cool as well. I mean, they're both good. Soccerban. What's that DOS one? Hexagon. That's cool. Everybody likes Hexagon. And to the extent if you go searching for Hexagon with 2 X's, you will find about 9,000 web versions of it. I discovered that during DOSember. But that's a pretty cool game as well. Everybody likes Hexagon. In fact, actually, Hexagon would be sort of a relatively easy one to... Well, no, they all are, really. I was going to say it was an easy one to then take from 2D into 3D, but they all are. And you don't necessarily need to do that anyway. And start in 3D is fine. Right. Why is this count shorter? Is the vertical retrace being set? And they're printing out even more here. To make this a bit neater. I assume that's always going to be 0 again. I ain't never heard of hexagon. I'm going to give that 2 X's, otherwise you'll just find hexagons. As in, hexagon. A plobbing game after it, yeah, fair enough. Because, yeah, it's that popular that you would find again. I'm trying to think if it was a DOS game originally. I think it was. Anyway. Get rid of that. Out. In. Update. There's one. Probably took that long before I saw it jump. Flag 1. Flag 0 there. So we're catching it, right, okay. We're catching it sometimes, but not all the time. That's fine. I can live with that. Except that's now a count of 32,000. So it's almost. Are we ignoring the case where the retrace has already started? No, because that's the whole point, is that that should be true. So you'd early out. Except we've just set it false there. So, okay, is this where we get into what I was on about earlier with inverted commas threading issues? So, we're setting that to be false. What if it was just set true just before this line of code was executed? We're still going to wait for the next vertical retrace. But we can't reset it. At least we can't reset it there. I didn't want to do this earlier, but I can't remember why. Oh, actually, well, I don't want to do it before printing out the value. Come on now. Come on. Try that again. Excuse me. Tea gulping sounds. Come on. How hard can it be to compile a game? I guess the fact that we saw them means the problem's not solved. There's one. Count of 0. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Excuse me, sorry. It's interesting though, because that's a count of 0, but we've still waited. That's 47 milliseconds. That's a very long time. It's about 3 frames. So, are we being held up somewhere else? So if you... I guess it's possible that you could be in a... Come back here again. Could be in a vertical retrace at this point. But even if you were, it wouldn't cause a problem, at least not with the start address being changed, because it's in wait or not wait at that point. It's not going to break this. That's still not going to apply until the following retrace. So that's fine. And display disabled being cleared happens so commonly or so often in the frame that you're never going to be waiting for a particularly long time here. Worst case scenario, if you are in the vertical retrace, you're going to be waiting the length of a vertical retrace, which is not that long. So that you're not going to get held up in that while loop for the length of a frame. That's not possible. You could get held up in this one for nearly the length of a frame, but apparently we're not. No. Well, I mean, we can't. No, not if count is 0. There's nothing's resetting that. So it means as soon as we came to that loop, that flag was already set, or we were already inside a retrace. In which case, where did the 37 milliseconds go? This is quite the puzzle. It feels irritatingly close, this. Which I guess is positive, but... yeah. What is taking the time? If it isn't you. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Because that's more like what I would expect to see. That one, the count is normally about 12,500. It's up at 29,000, so we spent significantly longer inside that loop than we should have done. And by the time we came out, 33 milliseconds had gone past instead of 17. So that sort of makes sense. That suggests that we have just missed the vertical retrace. And we aren't flagging it in the right interrupt or wherever. But it doesn't explain the other one. Got any more? Got any more? Liar, you've got antifreeze. Okay, that's the same again. Okay, we did catch the flag in that particular instance. It still took 33 milliseconds though. These are the ones I don't like. Are the ones where the flag is... Okay, I guess what that's telling us though is that the interrupt happened to set the flag on the second vertical retrace. It missed the first one. That's all that's telling us. So that's not... That doesn't contradict the theory. Disprove the theory. Okay. Okay. So, something else I want to check actually. I'm going to have a look at, oh, it probably won't appear on the stream, but I can probably drag the file over. 1 second. I believe it's this guy. This over here. There we go. That's on the stream now, isn't it? Yes. So this is Allegro, the game engine that works on DOS, which had quite a few interesting little things in it. And what I want to see is the fixed timer handler. Lots of references to Love Bill and I Love Bill and other things, which it turns out are references to Windows, in case you were wondering. Certain things in their timer handling don't work properly under Windows, and so there are slightly angry hacks. Anyway, this is not where I wanted to be. I wanted to be in handle timer tick, I think, which may be in a different function, different file. God damn. Where is that? This one? Oh, there it is. Drag that one over. Yes, this is what I wanted to look at. So they do some... Okay. Sync count. Sync speed. So that sort of feels like they're kind of simulating the vertical retrace, because that's not talking to the hardware at all. That is just, you know, decrementing a counter until it hits 0 and then going with we can safely assume that we've done a retrace by this point, I guess, is all you could safely assume from that. It's especially odd because the timer, if I remember rightly, in Allegro by default runs at like every 5 milliseconds. Like, it's really low latency. I'm pretty sure. Is it in this file somewhere? Oh, interval, and then you're calling it there. Love Bill timer speed. Yes. 200 times a second. So that's every 5 milliseconds. So that's kind of bizarre. Forgot what the function was called. Handle timer interrupt, wasn't it? Oh no, not in here. In here. So what are recent counters minus D? What is D? Timer delay. Timer delay plus equals in. Okay, so D. Slightly confused about why we're storing that in D, but all right. It's also not a delay, is it? It's depends what you mean by delay, I guess. E6 speed, where is that? 70 times a second, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I see, right. I mean, mine's 60, but, you know. So yeah, it's just every time through the timer update. Yeah, that's not that useful, really. Because that's not a great deal more than a frame counter. This also poses the question, like, when do you start the timer? You would have to align the start of the timer with the vertical retrace. Which I guess is, you know, far from impossible, but slightly odd. Would that be any use here? I suppose it would be at least diagnostically useful, because you could use it to say, essentially as a frame count, but rather as a retrace count. And then we could pick that value up and we could output it into the log, and we would see. The thing is, because we know the frame time's 33 milliseconds, we know it's gone past onto the next frame, so it's not that useful. So I guess the nearest thing that we could fit to this code, though I suspect it would not be that useful. I suspect it would probably introduce as many bugs as it fixes, would be if we had another timer running at 60 frames a second, and every time it runs, it says start flag. Yeah, probably a retrace. Yeah, probably a retrace. Like, if you... I know I hate that. The more I'm describing that, the more I hate it. Because you could, in theory, you could line up the start of that with the actual vsync, but the timer is kind of notoriously inaccurate. So I don't know if it's inaccurate enough to go out of sync to a degree that you would notice, though. But I don't have a reasonable way of testing that either, because the only real hardware I've got is a Pentium, which I believe would be emulating the PIC chip anyway. I think it had gone by the Pentium. I'm not at all certain though. Either way, it feels like it's going to be unpleasant. Did you just bonehead me? That's outrageous. Never been so offended. Okay. I'm tempted to do it just to see what it does. The problem is, I think it's essentially... I think the effect would end up looking random. I think it would just move the problem. I don't think it would fix it. Because if we're just blindly setting that flag 60 times a second and hoping that it happens to align, or, you know, yeah, that it happens to align, it feels like we'd be as wrong as often as we were right. Interesting. Interesting. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, you know. I'm going to bloody do it. Just because I want to see what it does. Or rather, what it would do. Okay, we should probably put it in video then, I guess, because that's the whole point of it. In it. In it. I've never tested that code either. I suppose I could test it on 86 box. Take the VGA card out and see if it works. Anyway. How do I only wrote this code the other week? I can't remember how it works. How does one add a user timer? Register callback. That sounds about right. I've gone past it. No, I haven't. It's down here. There it is. What? Arbitrary block. Fake VSync. I shouldn't call it fake vertical regions. VSync slightly vague. I don't need a pointer to anything. Just gonna dump it. Shh. Doesn't really matter. Damn it. Okay. Means I'm going to end up bringing a load of interrupt stuff in here, which is not ideal. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. It's fine. Synth driver. End of function. Yes, that's exactly what I need. Some crap like that. Now we need to do some lock functions and lock variable, I suppose. Not that any of that matters, as I keep saying, but then I keep writing the code anyway. Vertical reflex. Who is resetting it? I guess the user code should. To say, I acknowledge your vertical retrace flag. I'm not even going to do the locking. Look at me, I'm a rebel. Right. You. Also, my mouse is getting sticky. There's lag on my mouse. That feels weird. Oh, it's gone again. Okay. How ironic that I should be getting mouse lag while I'm playing with interrupts. That's a DOS-coded joke I just made there. Only the best comedy on this channel. Right. Just that, and then all the guff in the timer we can get rid of. Because we're not actually going to bother asking the hardware, we're just going to blindly assume that we're right. Because that's bound to be a good idea. I really hate this. But if it's good enough for Allegro, it's good enough for me. I really hate this. Right. I am anticipating that if this builds, which it won't, when it does build, it will be a disaster. Oh, my tea has become dangerously lukewarm. Now you see, if I'm not bothering with the locking, I don't need the end of function macros. So do you know what? I'm going to continue. Also, that's got the wrong name in it for a start. Is that what you were actually giving me an error about? Yeah, probably was. But I don't like the cut of your jib anyway, so you can go away. Do you put milk in that tea? I certainly do. And 1 sugar, since you asked. It's the second time in this stream that I have had a discussion with somebody about putting milk in tea. War crimes. I drink lots of non-black tea that I don't put milk and sugar in. I think this is going to be a big mess. Let's see. Yeah, I've not even started moving. That's what happens if you get your timing wrong. Yeah, I mean, when in motion, it's about as effective as not. No, it is worse. I was going to say it's about as effective as not doing anything at all, but no, it's almost in time to the music. Because the music's running at 50 Hz, but the screen's running at 60. Either way, that didn't work. So, I mean, I guess that's good, because I said it wasn't going to work, so that's fine. Eh. More spam. Get in. We don't do that anymore. I don't know we ever did that, actually. Doesn't matter. Right, so the mouse lags back. What is that? Is it just because I've got... Oh, I don't think it's mouse lag. I think the cable's slightly tight. So occasionally I'm pulling and then it's pulling the opposite way. It's pulling back against me. Anyway, right. Yeah, that's a bit better. What an idiot. Good. No, don't delete that. We want that. I don't want to do anything here. I think I've just officially decided that that code's never being uncommented, so that's fine. Right, yes, it was you that I wanted to uncomment, even though I'm doing it at both ends of that function, which just seems silly. It is silly, in fact. Let's take that one then. Because it doesn't matter if I set the flag here, I don't give control back to the main program until we've come out the bottom anyway, so there's no benefit to setting the flag earlier than this point. unless it was re-entrant. But all the tests I did seemed to confirm that it was not re-entrant. So I don't think that's possible. Oh, I only drink black tea and I don't put milk or sugar in it. Genuinely bothers me, my partner does it. Giggle. Polling the opposite way. Pulling the opposite way, yes. The mouse is polling the computer. No, the mouse cable. So this, I mean, you can't see the desk, but this desk is a disaster of cables because of how I've had to set things up to be able to, for the tablet to be able to reach. And one of the side effects of that is that my mouse is really, the mouse cable is really taut underneath the monitor. And so occasionally when I move the mouse, it gets pulled back the opposite way and it feels like, excuse me, like mouse lag. Oh, you understood it. God, you just made me explain it twice. No. How do you draw to the screen? That's the joy of VGA. Although it's a little bit strange in this particular mode, but in these good old days of DOS, before Windows took over and inserted itself in between the programmer and the hardware, which, to be fair, it had to do because it's multitasking, the magic of writing to the screen looks like where have I got some writing happening? Oh, all in video, I suppose. Find me a function. Those are all defined. There's going to be one here somewhere. That's kind of a start. It's not really what I wanted. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, we go. Put pixel. Put pixel no plane. Where is, oh, there it is. That is the line of code I was looking for. That's how I draw a pixel at that coordinate of that color, which is I work out what the offset into a one-dimensional array would be, or offset from a pointer, and then I get hold of a pointer which is traditionally a 1000, a 000. Ignore the buffer scroll offset bit, and then I add my calculated offset to it, and then I say write that byte to that location, and the pixel lights up as if by magic. We won't see days like those again. Well, not in Windows anyway. Now, there is some extra complication around the fact that this being protected mode, that's hidden in a function because the pointer actually changes. And then there's other complications around the fact that it's a planar mode, which means that, that's why this is no plane, which means that the pixels are not necessarily next to each other, which makes things quite fun. But yes, in theory, you just push numbers into an area of memory and pixels light up, which is cool. Isn't that highly inefficient though? It is if you do it one by one, yes. But I mean, in terms of efficiency, if you're looking at a 386, you've kind of got you've got quite strong limits on your efficiency anyway, because you're limited primarily by the speed of the bus, which is only going to let you throw so many numbers into memory at any given time. So you can speed things up with, I imagine image probably does it somewhere. Oh, then that just calls right region. That's not much use. Well, okay, let's have a look at right region then. Right region. That really doesn't work. I'll have to search for it. Ah, this is where we get some C++ actually, because this is a template function. But yeah, you can make things slightly faster using memcopy, which will use the, I can never remember what it's called because I'm not an assembly programmer, but it's the repstos instruction, which is your fastest option for copying numbers from one region of memory to another on a 386. I think you've got better options from the Pentium onwards, but to make this 386 compatible, that's about the best we can manage. Anyway. So you just put values in the right section of memory and boom, draw. Yeah. I mean, the fun part is, oh, I've got me tablet. I can actually draw it. Hang on. So clunk over here. Where's my pen gone? Try not to tie myself up with the keyboard and a headphone cable. There we go. So if I scroll this down a bit, scroll through. Oh, that's about it. Okay, fine. Give us another one then. Yes, please. Thank you. So, excuse me. Damn it. I just meant to hit the black and white button. There we go. Let's zoom in. These are very zoomed in pixels. Huge, huge pixels. Here we go. And then that carries on that way. So this is mode 13, which is the standard VGA video mode. Indeed, it's the only official VGA video mode, which is 320 by 200 and 256 colors. Mode 13 is lovely, and it's what I actually learned game programming on when I was a kid. Because in mode 13, once you've got the pointer to the top left pixel of memory, you just increment by 1 byte. So if you want to draw to the next pixel, that's this pointer plus 1, and then this guy is plus 2, and then this guy is plus row length, and then this one obviously is plus row length plus 1. Right, so it's very easy to work with. This is not using mode 13 though, because there's a slightly faster way of rendering with VGA, which is called, always referred to as, mode X or Y, because they're slightly different, although people regularly get them mixed up, so it doesn't really matter. And in mode X, things are slightly more bizarre. I've got a screen again. There's a row. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Keep going over there. There's another row. So there's our video pointer for the first one. And then, so this is index 0. This one is also index 0. This one is also index 0. And so is that one. And then these 4 are index 1. So weirdly, that pixel is only 1 byte further along in memory than that one. That pixel is only 1 byte further along in memory than that one, because you have another thing which are called the planes. So this is plane 0, this is plane 1, plane 2, plane 3, plane 0 again, plane 1, plane 2, plane 3. And before you write the pixel, you tell the VGA card directly which plane you're actually writing to. So if I want to draw this pixel, I've got to set plane 0, index 0. And if I want to draw this pixel, I have to set plane 2, index 1. So, and the fun part is setting the plane costs. When you ask the VGA to switch planes, it's not a huge cost, but it's definitely a non-zero cost. So if you had code that is building the image on the screen pixel by pixel, it's much slower in mode X than it is in mode 13, because you're constantly having to switch planes as well. And so you end up having to do crackers things like all of your image data has to be arranged by plane, so that you can draw all of plane 0's pixels at the same time, and then all of plane 1's pixels, and then all of plane 2, etc., rather than drawing them sequentially as you would expect to. Which, yeah, makes things quite fun. Anyway, do I close this? There's no option to get rid of it. Guess we just make another one. Clunk, clunk. Or index 0, that is a bit confusing. It is occasionally baffling. It's one of those things, it's one of those fantastic problems that when you get your head around it the first time, you go, oh, right, okay, now I understand that. Yeah, so 4 planes, got to set the plane, got it. And then you'll go off and you'll happily write code for several days, And then you'll come up against something that just doesn't look right, some graphics thing that just doesn't look right, and you'll be staring at it going, why is that broken? And you think, well, it's something to do with the planes. And it turns out you haven't actually understood it at all. It constantly comes back because it's so strange, and constantly sort of hitting weird little problems with it. But yeah, which is why you tried, for the most part, to hide them all inside handy functions like this and just call these and then never have to think about it again. But of course, you can only hide so much, because otherwise you throw away all the efficiency. Anyway, still haven't solved this problem. Also, my tea's probably gone cold. Oh, good lord. Oh, it's cold. Horrid, horrid cold tea. Right. Several things are happening. Why are you meowing at me? Do you think I've got food or something? There's no food here. There's some cold tea. I don't think you want that. Okay, good. Sorry, just brief negotiation with Dora. Cold tea is fine, bro. I blame the milk. No. Gruesome. You might be right, though. I drink coffee without milk, and I'm sort of fine with cold coffee. So you might actually have a point. Anyway. Right. What is going on here? It feels like we're sometimes that flag isn't being set when it feels like it ought to be. Which means it's happening. Yeah, that's still conceivable. So this is only going to run once a millisecond, so it could conceivably miss it. I don't know that it is the mouse cable, you know. I don't feel like that was the mouse cable. I think it just lagged for some reason. I think it might be this tablet driver. Is the pen too close to the tablet? Is it doing something mad with that? Let's move that over there. See if that's better. It seems not be enough. Okay. So yeah, no, it's totally conceivable that we're just missing the retrace entirely. So neither this code nor the interrupt is seeing that flag get set. Does that make sense? I quite like my old picture back, but I don't think it's there. Oh no, there, yeah, it is. Okay, fine. Back to there again, and Command W. Oh, there we go. I don't want to save that one now. I don't want to save that one either. Okay, that one will do. Oh, hello, words. Deadass hates setting up C projects in Visual Studio. They're literally pushing C++. Like, who even wants to write C++, am I right? I'm trying to argue for C++ in my head, and I'm having difficulty. Yeah, I don't have an argument there. Back to the draw. So, where's my button gone? There it is. Vertical retrace. So it sort of implies that something. Let me draw this. So we know what times these are because that's 0, that's effectively 16, that's 33, that's basically 50, and that's 66. So every yellow. It's not going to be very, very visible, but that's kind of fine. Can't really draw 16 of them in there. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Close out, something like that. I'll pretend there's 16 of those. That's the timer interrupt. Otherwise, we've got an application which is, it's really not doing anything that takes that long. So by the time we come out of that function, well, we can draw it directly, can't we? So so we're doing like a set scroll, that's going to happen here. In fact, I should be a bit more accurate and say, we can call that, well, it's not really an update. It's just called set scroll and wait for retreat. Back to code a minute. We'll call it this because I can't remember. Words. Right. It's come after the various updates. For the draw. That's interesting. I don't think world update does anything. I'm pretty sure that's essentially a stub. Draw surely is. Maybe the update's not. Okay. Oh yeah, the exploding batteries. Yeah, fair enough. Back to game. So actually then, go back here. Get rid of that. Oh, I've got the drawing off the screen. Hang on. So we're doing an update for some length of time. Why is that shape? Should probably pull that. Please. And then after that, we're doing the set scroll. That'll be another color. Well, so the set scroll is going to, whenever it starts, it's going to finish right as the vertical retrace begins. At least in theory. And then we're going to go out of there And we're then going to come into draw, which is going to do a fair amount of work, but not anywhere near 17 milliseconds worth, at least in theory. Not on DOSBox, it's not. I keep forgetting that. This issue was present in DOSBox, and DOSBox doesn't take 17 milliseconds to do all the drawing. It takes like less than one. Okay. Another color. Green. Green. Darker green. That'll do. So that's going to come through there, and that's going to be like X period of time. Don't know how long. What are you? You are in the draw. Should call the game draw. And then after we've finished all of this drawing, we were at one point waiting for a retrace, but we currently are not. Because what would be the benefit? Oh, I forget that that automatically switches back. Here we go. So, if game draw managed to like stretch out all the way past the next vertical retrace, then we'd have problems. But it can't be doing that because we were seeing the same symptoms unless they were caused by an unrelated issue, which is possible, but we were seeing the same symptoms on DOSBox. And on DOSBox, this green line is barely visible. In fact, all of these lines would be barely visible. They take so little time. Oh, the set scroll would be, because that's waiting for the hardware. But the update takes nothing, and the draw takes nothing. So if interrupts happened and shoved this past the vertical retrace, shoved the scroll past the vertical retrace, then we would end up waiting for the next frame. But what are we waiting for there? We're waiting for the retrace to happen. Yeah, so if both the game code and the interrupt have missed that interrupt, excuse me, the game code and the timer handler have both missed that flag being set, and then it's been cleared again. They're not going to say it till the next frame. But if it's not the timer running, timer handler running, and it's not the game running, I suppose it is conceivable that it could be in the keyboard handler. The keyboard handler is very fast because it barely does anything. But it is conceivable. And it's like we could put code into the keyboard interrupt handler to try and trap this, but there are still potentially other interruptions, like the chained timer interrupt. We don't have any control over that. that's essentially dead time. So if it happens during that, we're not going to see the vertical retrace. So attempting to catch it during an interrupt is not going to solve the problem. So it's almost like we need a combination of that and Allegro's slightly mad, well, we can assume a retrace has happened by this point approach. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe, where's my mouse gone? There it is. Maybe, rather than saying, has anybody else set this flag, maybe we just say, if it has been longer than 16 milliseconds since we last came through here, we can safely assume that retrace has already happened, in which case just get on with it. I think we already have. No, that doesn't make sense. Let's just do it here. It's not really last retrace time. Last retrace pause. Last retrace wait. Which number seems right? About 20, I suppose. So I'm going to put another one of them in. Another pair of brackets. Never have too many brackets. You know what? Fancy like a const. Why not? Then this timing's sort of. Oh, well, no, that's fine. We're just doing more timing than we need to be. But also, I need to reset that value. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. How do I keep getting this timing code wrong? Why does that look wrong? Because it's always going to be 0. I've been staring at this code for too long. Trying to see any functional difference between those two, given that that code works. Yeah, it's fine, because that won't reset. Good grief. Oh, Lord. Wait a minute. 10 to 3. I need another cup of tea soon. I missed your mode 13H hearts there in the cat. That's cute. 13H is great. It's funny, it's only years later when I found out, how the 8-bit systems worked with limited memory and all that sort of stuff that I realised how lucky I was to start learning this stuff with Mode 13, because it is so much easier than everything else. Anyway, did I just swap that CD? I can't remember. Here we go. Big blue bars. That has crashed. Excellent. I wonder what causes that. Every so often, and I wonder, presumably it's going to do that weird thing where it starts printing characters at the bottom of the screen. I'll have to attempt to quit, but no, I think that's just died. Neat. Oh well, apologies for the beep. That's interesting because that's happened twice, so I've definitely introduced that bug today. Not at all clear what's causing it. Let's see if it does it again. Big blue bars. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. We've got a little flicker there, but I think that's positive. Ah, there's a bloody judder. They're quite rare, though. Come on, you bugger. There's one. And there's a bunch there. I don't know. Let's see if that's even happening. Whoops. So that's even doing what we think it's doing. Actually, while that's compiling, I'm going to get more tea. Back in a minute. back again. That's just built. Right. I guess we want to look at that longer, don't we? Judged fairly immediately. Oh, I forgot that we're still in. Okay. They all line up that way. They do not. Retrace assumed is on the wrong frame. Oh, that one's actually set by the interrupt. No, it's not, because we're not checking that flag. Okay, so the fact that the flag's set is irrelevant. Why is it not retrace assumed, though? 14 plus 9. I mean, it's safe to assume that last retrace weight is going to be I see, but it doesn't notice it until the following. What? Right, yeah, no, it doesn't notice it until the next frame because it's that that's taking the time. So this is not catching it then. Which surely has to be an interrupt. But okay, and if it is, then we're going to skip a frame and we're not going to notice until the next time round. So, okay. That's why that's not working. Alternatively, you could, you're sort of maybe doing that inside the loop even. Would that be any use? Say if we've been waiting for a retrace for longer than, well, a frame length at least. That's not outside. Damn it. Maybe actually we want to... No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Why have the ball just break? Because we want to know if we broke or not. I mean, we can reasonably assume it's going to be less than that, but that's the problem with this being a best guess. It's kind of... It feels very hacky. I don't like it. I don't like it. Drink me tea. Oh, good stuff. Come on. Come on, compiler. Come on. Get on with it. Thank you. Not flickering when static, so I guess that's good. There's the judder, there's another one. So it's still going. What was the log saying? Oh shit, I've still left all that log in there. So we found that one. But not that. Okay, so something else is taking the time there. What about if instead of all of that, instead of that guy in particular, because that's not the start of the frame, that's like just before this. So, yeah, let's... I believe we have a frame start. Maybe main has one. Keyframe start time. I thought we had start time. Okay. So, if it's been more than 20 milliseconds since the start of the frame, just assume we've hit a ray trace. 20, I don't like it. I'm just going to set that to 16. Just see what it does. Breaks in a different way, I would imagine. Oh, there it is. I forgot to take that out again. Retrace zoomed on the first frame, that's fair enough. 45 milliseconds. How can it be longer than maybe 45 milliseconds between getting to that bit of code twice? Okay. Let's get rid of that because it's noisy. And let's get rid of that because it's also noisy. But we don't actually care about the count particularly. And then we'll introduce more noise by printing that out. Start time. Oh. Cannot type straight. There we go. There's one. There's a few more. It's a very long time. So something took 30 milliseconds from the start of the frame to that. Problem is it's after this wait. And we ran and retrace assumed, so we probably should have said no, if that was 16 would have immediately read out. And what is taking this time? Okay, count one. So as soon as we came into this loop, by the time we reached the loop, we'd already spent 36 milliseconds getting to that point from the start of the frame. And I'm entirely certain if I put like profiling info in there, it'll appear that some random piece of code is just inexplicably taking 30 milliseconds longer, and it'll be because it's an interrupt. But which interrupt? Because none of them take any time. At least not that I'm aware of. And also, it would be interesting to see if DOSBox suffers from this problem as well. Because did I take the... No, I didn't. Okay. So the The slight slowdown in the audio driver has been removed, so we might not see the issue in DOSBox. Okay, let's find out. In fact, that's even playing mod music as well, so it's completely unaffected. Damn it. I was kind of hoping that it was going to happen in DOSBox as well. But we didn't check. We didn't check the log this time. Oh. Oh, right then. So it is. So it's happening in DOSBox. It's just that it's being fixed. Although that may just be because of the 16. Because 16 is a little artificial. It should probably be something more like 20. Let's make sure that's relevant. Monty. Oh. Do like turmeric tea. That's Dick Slingling's fault. Got me on the herbal tea this afternoon. DOSBox. There. And it's behave the same, I would imagine. Yeah, that's completely solid. So there's not going to be anything in the log this time. That was spurious before. It's still happening. So if I were to get rid of that and try that again in DOSBox, does it break in DOSBox? I'd quite like it to break in DOSBox. For anyone following along at home, if it breaks in DOSBox, then it's not something taking too long, it's something happening at the wrong time, which is a different problem. Yeah, okay. So the problem does occur, but that fixes it. So that kind of implies that there are two problems. Oh, I do have fun. All right, fine. Switch that back on again. I'm really tempted to put that back to 16. It's been on 16 for a while, so I don't think that really affects it. What did that log say? It is a double frame each time. Strange, because you can't feel it or see it. in DOSBox. You would think that you would be able to feel when it's dropping these frames. Strange. That's still fairly horrible. But yeah, are we just moving the problem? Is that the issue? And we're moving it in a way that means the DOSBox, where a vertical retrace takes no time at all, doesn't notice the problem. But in a more realistic environment, it's still present. Or 120. That would be. Let's set that to 16 and back to DOSBox again. DOSBox. And play a racing game. Isn't children? No. Stop queuing. Where's my log gone? There it is. 21. 21. 21. 22. Oh, I see. It's just a different one. It's fine. And that's interesting because that's delays in DOSBox as well. I'm going to put that back 20. So I want to see some real delays in DOSBox. And then we can start, well, again, looking at what is causing them. Because there may be two problems here, in which case, because DOSBox only appears to present one of them, we can focus on that one first. I probably do. Stop flashing. Okay, 22. 22, 22, 21. Never much more than that. 23. It's interesting though, because 86 box very explicitly shows delays of 33 milliseconds, which is too coincidental at the length of 2 frames. Poses the question, why is this shorter? Which is kind of what makes me think it's 2 different issues. Well, I guess what we could do is no. What do we want to do here? Do we want to put profiling stuff in again? I don't think that's going to tell us anything. Unless it was consistently telling us that one particular part of the code is slower, but I really don't think it will. And it will be quite time consuming to narrow it down to precisely which line of code it thinks is taking the time. And I'm like 98% certain that it'll be a lie anyway, because it'll be interrupts. So that feels like a dead end. I'm going to do that. Even if the delay is only 22 milliseconds instead of 33, what interrupt could possibly be causing that amount of delay? MICMOD possibly. Not in DOSBox though. I'd expect MICMOD to be expensive on a 386, but not in DOSBox. Let's test that. And let's resize this so it stops flashing. There we go. Oh, and the menu's kind of broken. Might be able to use it. There we go. Is that going to reset properly? Will do if we scroll. Oh, what a mess. Oh, of course, I'm going to have to restart now anyway, because the debug info will be wrong. That'll be enough. Hello? There we go. What's the log saying now? No drop frames. Not a single one. Okay. So MICMOD does take 4 or 5 milliseconds in DOSBox. I mean, I guess it's trying to emulate some degree of the speed. So I guess it is exaggerating that a little bit, but okay, fine. Well, that poses another test then, doesn't it? Which is, what state is this in currently? 20. Probably fine. If we go back to 86 box. Hang on, think about this before we go in. Okay. Okay. Rid of that. Where am I getting in? Update. We can do another test here, which is... Oh, hang on. No, we can't. I was going to say, what happens if we turn the music off? You can't turn the music off in-game anymore. Okay, we will hack it off instead. Where's my driver? There it is. Big fat hacks, big fat hacks, big fat hacks. Never mind that. Never mind that. Doesn't seem reasonable to me, though, that the audio driver takes 16 milliseconds, which it would have to be to account for the numbers that we're seeing in the log. That's just silly. Half the work I've been doing today has been on the assumption that it could conceivably fire at the point that the main thread is looking for the vertical retrace, and therefore would skip it. But where we have a contingency for that now, but it doesn't seem to be activating, or at least it doesn't seem to catch it because it seems to lose the frame anyway. Like, as in something is genuinely taking an extra 16 milliseconds, which is just silly. It honestly feels like something else is waiting for a vertical retrace. Which, not that I haven't already done this before, but we can. That's making me paranoid and wanting to check for it. So, talk to me about VGA status retrace. We don't call that function, that's fine. We don't call that function, that's fine. That's commented out. That's not relevant. And then that's the only place we're actually checking it. And that's fine. Not saying to do it yet. No, it's not doing it at all. So That does very strongly suggest, I assume if we look in the log now, there'll be no talk of retrace assumed. No. So it is the initial assumption, but the workaround why is that saying 33? I mean, that's interesting because that 21, I'm assuming that's a coincidence, but that's exactly the delay that DOSBox was saying. No, there's a single frame where that's happened, so I sort of don't care. Like, in the entire time we were playing there, that happened once. So, yeah. Twice. 41 seconds that time. Okay, I'm starting to think that number is dubious. Yeah, let's chop that. No talk of starting up micmod, so the micmod interrupt handler is definitely not running. So that's not, I mean, even if it was, it wouldn't be playing anything, so shouldn't be taking any time. So, back to the diagram. Oh, more spam. Get in. Go away, spammers. I guess that's sort of misleading in the diagram is I've drawn these timer interrupts as little lines where they should actually be blocks of indeterminate size. Because potentially, like, I guess that one's meant to be on the vertical retrace there. If that happens to be that long, this is way back to what we were talking about this morning. That means the vertical retrace has come and gone. If we then just wait for the vertical retrace, we're going to be waiting till the next frame. We are no longer doing that. We are now saying, wait for the next vertical retrace unless you've already waited for like 20 milliseconds since the beginning of the frame, in which case just assume one's happened and carry on. But it poses the question, what's taking the time? If it's not that. Well, no, I think we've just decided that it is that, because when we disable the music, the delay disappears. working those out now. Spam, 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 spam. Sorry. Stop, stop. I'm banging on a pan. I shouldn't sing that. I'll probably get copyright struck. Right. I haven't put the drawing back on. Drawing. Tablet. So, is the assumption here wrong? Let's just imagine, I mean, it doesn't really need to be any bigger. It still causes the same problem if it's that size, but let's just make a huge audio driver block here. We should have picked a better color, but never mind. Control comes back to the game, which I no longer have the right file in front of me. There it is, except that should be on the drawing. There we go. Hologram. So the music driver finishes, controllers return to the program, which we assume is, well, it doesn't really matter where we assume it is. If it was at the top of this function, it's going to look for the next display enabled, which is just the next, once the next horizontal refresh finishes, so that's not going to take any time at all. It's going to set the scroll. It's going to then wait for the vertical retrace, or look how long it's been since the beginning of the frame. And if it's longer than 16, which it will be at this point, then it's just going to carry on. So that should be fine. But it's, which means I'm missing something. Don't know, and I think I've been staring at it for too long. Oh, hello, and a pussycat has suddenly squeaked into life. Ah, it's 20 to 4. Yes, so dinner time for Dora Pussycat used to be at 5 p.m. and Dora has very recently made it clear that she would prefer that to be at 4 p.m. And so negotiations have been entered into, and the compromise that we've reached is that dinner is now at 4 p.m. So yeah, big changes here. Hello, furry cat. Good girl for 20 minutes. Okay. Yeah, that's how compromise works. Oh, I see. Yeah. No, that's fair. Compromise dinner at 4 and 5, and then it's 6, and then 7s and 8s and 9s. No, it's just at 4. Right. What I'm going to do instead then, because I feel like I've been staring at this for too long and I've made an incorrect assumption here, but I don't know what it is. So I'm just going to have to probably wait until my subconscious decides to point it out to me in the shower or something. So in the meantime, back to main, because that's where my to-do list is. Yoink! Huge to-do list. To be fair, it's only that big because the font size is scaled up for the stream. I've been staring at triangles for the last 5 hours, and listening to you has kept me sane. Oh, that's nice to hear, at least. Maybe I should have stared at your triangles, and they would have kept me sane. What was I going to say? So yes, this is where we're up to. Incidentally, I've decided to update this because I feel like I said this at the beginning of the stream, but I was talking to myself, which is that I've sort of felt like the past couple of months it's been sort of a little bit random, or it seemed a bit random what I was doing, and so I thought it was probably worth reiterating what the plan is, which is obviously at the moment this whole new tile render system is predicated on the fact that there's no back buffer, which is causing a whole bunch of problems, all of which are solvable, but that's going to take a while. And that's mainly what we've been looking at today, actually. And then after that, we're going to do some playing with palettes, because there's another thing that I want to copy from Jazz Jackrabbit, which is basically where I copy all my work from, which is they've got a really nice effect of what appears to be a scrolling background, like sort of fake parallax looking background. And it's just done with palette cycling, which is sort of obvious once I realised it, but yeah, I didn't notice for ages. So I was like, yeah, that'd be nice. That'd look cool in the background of Space Cats as well. We can do that. But it requires that I do something, because there's no real palette cycling effects in Space Cats, because it would have required me to be much more sensible about how I arranged the palette. And I didn't really feel like I had time for the jam, so I didn't do any of that. But so that'll be the next thing. Is, yeah, make the palette a bit more usable for those sort of effects. Oh, stuff's happening. Hello there, Cav Peasant. Welcome in. Thank you for checking in. I love palette shifting animations. Yes, nice. I mean, I think, hang on. I keep doing this because I've become not faintly obsessed with Jazz Jackrabbit, but entirely obsessed with Jazz Jackrabbit. Let me just quickly mute it, because we don't need jazz noise. Get on with it. Jazz on a 386. Get off, you green fuck. I just hate the character. It's my only problem with Jazz Jackrabbit, is the player character really gets on my wick. The rest of the game's fine though. Drunk. Skip. There we go. Get wrecked. So yeah, in the background, that's sort of what appears to be a semi-static sort of blue and white. It's not moving. They're just changing the indices in the palette to make it look like it's moving, or to make it look like it's sort of moving at a slightly different rate to the foreground. A really nice little trick. Anyway. And there's all the sparkling. All of these little things. I was talking about this in the last stream. I think you can see that on... Oh, it's quite subtle, I think, on the stream, but it's much more obvious. Like on the tree trunk, and you can see it over... Like on the right-hand side, the second green diamond down, you can see it there. Where it's racing the horizontal retrace, which is... The Space Cats does the same thing. So... That's been my yardstick, has been, as long as Space Cats doesn't look worse than Jazz Jackrabbit, then it's acceptable. Because if it was fine for Jazz Jackrabbit, it's fine for me. That's my rule. Anyway. Smart. But yeah, I thought it was really clever. Because it's one of my sort of remaining questions when I started looking at this, was like, it's all well and good saying, you know, how they draw the foreground tiles a line at a time. But how are they keeping a background like that? And it's because it's not being drawn. It's palette. It's drawn once and then they just animate the palette. Anyway, enough of this. Back, gone, bequit. Shut up. There we go. Yes, we mean you. The fun has just begun. How exciting. I don't want a Gravis gamepad, thanks though. Right, anyway. Back to this. So yeah, that's stage 2. That's going to be kind of fun. That's become implied recently. I never thought I'd be doing this, but it's become not just feasible. It's become sensible. Which is, I found something called IBXM, which is supposed to be a really lightweight mod player, but it doesn't do any audio mixing. It just decodes the mod file. And so, because having added the FM synth music for the low end, using RAD to do the Opal 3 stuff, I don't have digital audio. If you use, because that's the handy thing with MicMod, is that it would play mods, but I could also use it to play sound effects. So if I'm using FM synth on the low end, I need to write my own audio driver to do sound effects, or I do them through Opal 3. And I'm not mad keen on doing them through Opal 3 because it sounds a bit rubbish in my opinion. Music sounds fine in Opal 3, but sound effects sound terrible. So I would probably be writing a digital audio driver for the low end anyway. Given that that's the piece missing to make IBXM work, I thought it might be worth having a look at IBXM as well, just to see if it might be a bit more... It might not even be more efficient than MicMod, but I think looking at the code for it, it does look like it was probably... Might, again, not even necessarily uses less memory than MicMod. I think it's just going to fragment memory a lot less than MicMod, because MicMod does a lot of allocations and then it does a lot of realloc a lot, which I'm not mad keen on, not least because my custom allocator doesn't support it, so I end up having to throw a load of memory away for MicMod. So it might be nice to see if IBXM, which doesn't do any realloc, that is probably going to play a bit nicer with my engine here. Just submit Jazz as you go. It's true. Can't get away from Epic. Jazz was epic and Rad is epic, I think. True enough. True enough. It's 10 to 4. You've got 10. We had discussions about this, and you won your 4 o'clock dinner argument. It is not 4 o'clock. Don't care. You can scream as much as you like. We have rules in this house until we don't. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree. By which I mean I'm glad you've stopped shouting at me. Where are we up to? Stage 3, that's the intro video that I've still only got the half a block out done. But yeah, I want to get that finished off and then add sound to that as well. And then at some point probably do some sort of... I think if I'm going to do outro videos, they'd have to be a pair. You'd have to have a game over video and a U1 video. But that requires me to think up what they would even look like. I haven't even started thinking about that yet. And then what I was meant to do months ago, and I started doing vaguely before realizing that the 386 was never going to be able to cope with all the extra processing, which is how we ended up going off down this rabbit hole of rewriting the renderer, is updated mechanics with all sorts of fun and shiny things that I want to add to that. And then save and load, because everybody wanted that in the jam game. And then difficulty setting, which is just how much health you've got. I don't think I'm going to do anything much more complicated than that. And then the various polishy things at the end, like joystick support, which I need to look back into again, because that was weird. And many bugs. But that's the plan anyway. But first, we need to do that. And then that. Which is admittedly in the opposite order to how they're written here. But you know, it's fine. It's all fine. Old Epic was okay. When they were Epic Mega games, they were a lot more fun. That's true. Oh yeah, and then the other part, that's the other fun bit that sort of comes after this. I want to get this fixed first, because that will just sort of hide the problem. Is the other thing that I was puzzled by with Jazz Jackrabbit initially was if it doesn't have a back buffer, how come the frame rate drops to 30 frames a second every so often? Like, how is it doing that without, you know, how is it managing to not draw the frames? And of course, if you've got no back buffer, that's fine. You can just not draw anything and the screen stays stable. Extremely novel idea to me. I've always used back buffers, you see, so I don't see these things happening. I think the only Epic game I played at the time was One Must Fall. I think that was favourite DOS game for a long time, though. I'd never seen that until I saw Sphinxy playing through it. It was very fun. It's got a good sense of fun, that game. It's a beat-em-up, so it's not really to my taste. But I liked the whole trying to present it as a TV show and the little like bits of action replay and stuff. They were pretty clever for the time. Anyway. Right. I think I might be about ready to leave it there, because I'm going to feed a cat. I'm not really getting anywhere with this interrupt thing, and I don't really have time to start anything else, so we'll probably leave it there. Okay. Yeah, not really that many people here either, so probably won't do a raid either. Okay. Yeah, we'll finish it there then. Oh, hang on, I've got an end screen these days, haven't I? Haven't I? Did I finish the end screen? It might have a game on it. Oh, it doesn't. It's got nothing on it at all. Oh, that's meant to be an overlay. Sorry. How'd you do streaming again? That's the one I meant. There we go. There's another pixely Dora in the background, looking like a big blob of cat. Folded up. Anyway, stop talking. So, yes, thanks for hanging out, everybody. When am I going to be streaming again? Sorry, I'm looking at the animated cat. So cute. That's Thingy, isn't it? Remus. Yes. Anyway, when am I next on? I don't know. I still haven't been able to decide what my third streaming day is. It ended up being no day last week. Oh no, I ended up streaming on Sunday, which was random. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll be on again at some point. Otherwise, I'll be on Tuesday playing. Oh, I think I'm playing something weird on Tuesday. I think I decided that once I was finished Sheep, I was going to play. Well, I don't know if anybody has an opinion in this stream, but the choice was between. Both of them are like adventure games. One of them is oh god, what's it even called? Oh yeah, I was going to play Obduction, the one by Cyan, which is quite fun. So it's a sort of a Misty type one. Or the alternative is Rama, which is extremely weird, but that could also be fun. So I'll probably play one of them on Tuesday. And then I'll be back doing this again on Wednesday. My goodness, pussycat, can you please stop screaming at me? I can't get a word in edgeways. What a girl. Right, thanks for hanging out. I will see you all later. Bye!